Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, September the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, guys. All right, what's happening this morning after yesterday's wild action on the SPY? If you were around between 2 and about quarter to 3, wild action on the SPY yesterday. So at least that's, well, I'm not saying the wild action is over with, but at least FOMC is over with for another month. So what's happening this morning? SPRO, SPRO, SPRO. Big deal for these guys. They get $66 million up front, 27 million in the float. So $66 million up front, a deal with Glasgow, GSK. So big deal for these guys for sure. So I'll have to wait. Wow, I mean, that is a big deal. Look at this break now on the daily chart. 237, 238 and 237 are the next highs looking left. I mean, you can see if it can really, I mean, it's already up, I get it, 151%. But if it can take out that 238 level, the next high is 512. So let's take a look. Let's keep an eye definitely on SPRO. IVA. Now, there's no volume on this one yet. It's an earnings play, IVA. Fleur de Lis. It's a French company. No volume, no, not a lot of volume yet, but it is an earnings play. And so let's see what happens again with this one. I'm going to make sure I got this symbol right. NYAX. NYAX started trading yesterday. And it's an Israeli company, so it is really active again this morning. NYAX. VRAX. VRAX. So this is monkeypox. Entered into a distribution agreement to market monkeypox, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Yeah, interesting news on VIRT and Hood with the SEC. Basically, I guess there were a lot of talk that maybe they were going to, in your country, I think you're the only country in the world, I believe. Granted, it's the biggest exchange in the world too, but we can't do it in Canada. This payment for order flow. One of the reasons why IB doesn't offer, well, in Canada anyway, I know, I guess well, in the States, you've got IB Light. We don't have it in Canada. Because guess what, guys? Payment for order flow. They got to make money somewhere, somehow, when you're going to offer commission free. So anyway, SEC basically has said we're not going to completely ban it, I guess. SEC nod for payment for order flow. So that is definitely affecting Hood and VIRT. DRI is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays, but DRI, yeah, Darden Restaurants earnings play. Obviously, it was interesting yesterday. I mean, I know Real pointed out General Mills, Cheerios, etc. Um, yeah, consumer staples. These sort of stocks really did well yesterday. I guess conjecture being more people are going to eat at home and not go out to restaurants. Hence, look at DRI this morning. DRI this morning, not a huge gap down, but certainly a break. I mean, if it took out for those of you who don't mind playing a little more expensive stocks, 127.46, pretty key area, because if it takes that out, then 122.47. So what is that? It's about $5 to the next lows. So you might want to keep an eye on that if you're into playing the more expensive stocks. NVAX, JP Morgan downgrading them. NVAX, did have a $132 price target not that long ago for NVAX. Anyway, NVAX, look at this. I mean, this is getting close to the lifetime low. Ampex, a little bit of action for Ampex this morning, AMPX. A little bit of action. This was a wild one a couple of days ago. Cheap one, doing a financing. I did notice that it was shortable at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, lots of shorts available. So they've done a financing, MDWD, they've done a financing. Looks like there could be support around 120. TCRT is gapping up a bit. I'm just looking to see if there's any news on it. They had news yesterday, lung cancer therapy. They had news yesterday, but no reaction. Yeah, no big reaction. But the reaction is maybe today. I don't know. Not a lot of reaction yesterday from their news. And this one had a good day yesterday. Continuation day, FREY, all-time high. FREY, battery maker. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not. Okay, this is this is still a SPAC, and they're going to be getting into a merger between Lusa Energy Acquisition. I don't understand. This looks like this is the. This looks like this. It was the SPAC before, and now this is for FREY. I'm confused with this headline. It was formed for the purpose of effecting a merger between Alusa Energy Acquisition Corp. So this looks like this is the company. It's not a SPAC anymore, I guess. And yeah, rum is interesting again. I don't know this guy. Steve will do it, but I guess he must be something to produce exclusive content on Rumble. Never heard of the guy, but so rum is having a bit of a lift. Tough day yesterday, though. Really tough day yesterday. When you look at this 15-minute chart for rum yesterday, I mean, look at this big, look, massive sell-off, like almost like something happened. Anyway, that's the problem, you know. You look at this and you think, okay, could that happen again today? What an incredibly great short this would have been. Long-term short. Wow. I mean, this is the shorts are no longer. There were some shorts available. Yeah, actually, there's some shorts of it. Not, but it's too cheap now. Shorts available now at Interactive Broker, 64,000 shares. But wow, 126 down to $6. One day. So we're in for a basically a neutral open. SPY's up just a little bit, so we're in for a neutral open right now. So let's take a closer look at Hood, where it could go. Next high looking left is 1103, so we're at 1080 right now, so that's pretty close. And then after that, 1163. 200-day moving average is just on top. How about VERT? Does it look any better? VIRT. Next high looking left, 2336, so that's close. Yeah, there looks like there's just little pockets of resistance on the way up. It doesn't, to me, doesn't have a clean enough look to keep moving. I might be wrong, of course, but all right, 9/11, let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Huh. Analysts are shying away from making any predictions on the upside or the downside. Very few of each. Good for your upgrades. And here are your downgrades. Again, this is from briefing.com. I'm sure there are more out there, but that's it. Mike, good morning in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I have to take off. I'll be back just before the open, okay? So I'll be back just before the open. Let me put that announcement in. I guess I could have do that. Okay, guys, so I'll be back just before the open. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, let's see. What is anything sneaking in? Okay, so S Pro is still up there, guys. So this definitely has to be watched. I mean, I know it's up 154%, but I mean, if it keeps, if it can get through this 238 level, the next high is way up here. And they did receive, this is, I guess, this is for sure, an upfront $66 million payment, $66 million upfront. Of course, the potential for future milestone payments, etc. But I know GSK, big company, obviously. And the PRST, I guess a day late, but it is trading now, guys. PRST, the former DVAC. I'm sorry, VTAC, VTAQ, VTAQ, VTAQ. So this is where it closed at $6. Okay, it closed at $6 yesterday, and now well, that's after hours, and then now it is PRST. So it's a little bit above that close. Okay, so see what happens. And now the rum, yeah, the rum is now at 13. Yeah, give me one more moment, please. Okay, now normally I do this a little earlier, but let's take a quick look and see what's happening with our sectors. Again, we're in for well, we had a, we were basically neutral. We're still kind of neutral, but let's take a look at the sectors now. Dow's, or the SPY's down a little bit. All right, so if you're new to what you're seeing here, we're looking at the major sectors. So this is XLE. This is the energy, the main ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close, okay? Consumer staples like yesterday, GIS and a lot of those type of products were up yesterday. GIS, of course, led the way with earnings, but that kind of dragged up a lot of these. And there, somebody mentioned Costco is going to have earnings after hours today. Again, that could have, earnings could be pretty good. Retail about 50-50. Nothing is horrible. I mean, technology at 38%, but nothing. So it's kind of wishy-washy, except for energy. Every energy stock right now that makes up, excuse me, XLE is up from yesterday's close. So, of course, we'll have a different look when we look at it, if I can remember. at about 10 o'clock to 10:15, and we'll look at the change from the open and see what has happened. LI, okay, one of the China EVs. Yeah, a little bit of a move here. I find the three of them, they're very difficult intraday traders. There's NIO, and then of course there's XPAV. XPAV, I think, had earnings. Well, has earnings coming up October, August, October. Oh, I'm sorry. We're mixing my months here. We're in September now, so it's not September 23rd. So I already had earnings. First day of spring. Man, oh man, I got to get with the program here. First day of fall. It was a bit of a late night. NVAX. NVAX. How's Moderna doing? mRNA, the other. Yeah, just weak. So Denver, yesterday, when you were talking about clicking on when you got out of a short by clicking, flatten, and you said that put you into a long position, that was in your live account? Ooh, I didn't know that. I thought, well, how did that work out? I mean, sometimes it works out okay, but how did that work out for you? $4? Okay. Submit your bill to Trade Ideas, okay? And but seriously, that is not good. I thought you were talking in the simulator. And you're 100% sure you didn't like double click. 100% sure. Because you saw what I did yesterday, and I got out of that short position, no problem. How about the long position? Any long positions, did they turn into shorts? Or was that the only, was that the only one? It was only the short positions turning into longs, or was it vice versa too? All right, guys. Yes, thank you, William. So we are about 15 seconds from the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically won't trade until the first 15 minutes are up, just to let things settle down a little bit. All right, races are beginning. I know what you mean, Michael, but I thought that meant if you don't take your stop out, okay, and then it goes down to that stop price, it can turn into the short or vice versa. But I don't think that's supposed to happen if you just flatten the trade immediately. I may be wrong. Anyway, I have no experience with that, but all right, what is happening right off the bat? So Dow's up a little, Nas is down a little, SPY's down a little. Now I did see beat. I mean, it may still have some movement, but look what it did. I mean, it got up to 282 and it pulled all the way back down to 180. That's a dollar drop. I mean, it's still up 22%. I don't know if they had any specific news, but there's the NVAX guys. NVAX making a low here. Takes out 24. I mean, better. It's early, but boy, this NVAX is just getting clobbered here. It is early. NVAX is really getting clobbered, guys. JP Morgan downgrading them again, and down goes NVAX, guys. Wow, look at this NVAX, NVAX. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, this wouldn't, as a long term, where did this come from? Remember, I'm going to have to change, turn this into a monthly chart just to, this was the classic COVID play, virus play, because this came from, I think, $6 or $4. What am I doing? Sorry, guys. What am I doing? Yeah, this came from about, in fact, this was like a 70 cent, 60, 70 cent stock, $3 stock. I'm having a tough time reading this. Yeah, like a $3 stock before the pandemic. Ah, no, 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 no. I should have been watching the PRST. I should have been watching it more closely. So, again, this was, I'm sorry, guys. So, this is its first day of trading. It was supposed to start yesterday, so it was delayed one day. And now it's halted. So again, yeah, this was at VTAC until yesterday, and then it turned into this was a SPAC. Okay, so they merged with PRST, and so as I mentioned before, it closed in the after hours at around $6. So this is a pop above that PRST. So it is now halted. Bonjour, Christophe. Okay, just looking at some of these early racers, Freeport, sorry, yeah, Freeport McMoran, FCX, a little wee move here, showing up in both the biggest gainers from the open, the more volatile ones, but it's also showing up in the large cap. Wow, NVAX guys, yes. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to break this down a little bit better to see where the next low is, where when it was. I mean, it could be 16 something. Low of 1962. Looks like the next low looking left is 1962 for DVAX or NVAX, sorry. All right, so PRST just got halted on the way down now. So it resumed. Then there's another one, NYAX. NYAX started trading as NYAX yesterday. Israeli stock. After hours, oh, that's right. I remember seeing this craziness. After hours, it hit $100, $101 or so. Actually, literally $100. It hit $100 and then it stopped and it pulled all the way back down to 50. So this is what traders are looking at. Now, this is obviously incredibly volatile, but this is what traders will be looking at $100 after hours, briefly. Boy, look at rum, guys. This cannot hold. It just cannot hold. I mean, I don't know this guy, Steve will do it. Well, that caused a little bit of a pop in the pre-market, but it just, I mean, another giant red candle. All these pops are being sold off. Okay, give me one moment, please. Just give me one moment. All right, back. Well, I agree the overall market, but this in theory should be trading a little more on its own, in my opinion. But because that candle here was not a reflection of what the SPY was doing at the time. That was yesterday's huge sell-off. Anyway, we'll see what happens with this. The S Pro is not moving yet, guys. The S Pro is not moving yet. Again, the big $66 million upfront payment, so it's really not moving. All right, guys, here is another one in my 10-day daily breakdown. CIM, and it is not quite a lifetime low. CIM though, underneath 7. Something's going on. I'm trying to short this one. They won't give it to me. It's not down 10%. Might have been down. I don't know if it was down 10% yesterday. The uptick rule doesn't look like it was, but the uptick rule should not be in effect yet. And there's like 1.2 million shares available to short. So, but they wouldn't fill me. So I'm going to have to back off on this a little bit. AA actually was a downgrade. Also, Mr. Keith, Alcoa was a downgrade. One of the very few, hardly any upgrades or downgrades from the analysts this morning from briefing.com. Okay, that's what I get, where I get my upgrades and downgrades, but hardly any. But this was one of them, Alcoa, AA. Well, I was actually trying to get, yeah, but the uptick rule shouldn't be in effect for CIM yet. I don't think it was, unless it was down 10% yesterday. I didn't, it doesn't look like it could have been, but maybe it was down 10% yesterday and then it's still in effect today. Well, maybe I'm missing something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I didn't get it where I wanted to get it. Well, maybe I'm missing something. I mean, I see that there's 1.2 million shares available to short. It's not down 10%. So the uptick rule in theory is not in effect. I should be able to go in right at the, right into bid and get a fill. But maybe it was down 10% yesterday. So, okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not, I'm glad I didn't get the fill. I was trying to get it in at 681. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Beyond meat. Almost a lifetime low, guys. Almost a lifetime low. Look at this. So it had a little spurt yesterday. I guess they were going to be in. Taco Bell was doing something with them, so I had a little bit of a lift yesterday, but then a sell off, and now this is continuing down. BYND. And there's the VRAX. Yeah, had the big pop in the pre-market. Trying to see. So they have it. That's monkeypox. I just don't see people getting too excited about monkeypox, but all right. So VIRT. So this payment for order flow situation seems to be resolved for companies like VIRT and Hood. In danger of it being outlawed in your country, but it appears that it's not going to happen anyway. So you see, this is what it says, though, may stop short of a full ban on payment for order flow. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean they could have a partial ban? So indicated that the ban is no longer being considered, though they're looking at other changes that make the practice less profitable. So whatever that means. Okay. So it's not necessarily 100% clear sailing. Ha, Ija, the only company you hate that you would short is Hood. I know. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. for $500 a barrel. Man, I had to get rid of my cache yesterday in my computer, and my goodness, it's amazing all the things that I've got to do to get. I had trouble getting into the room, both rooms, because I was just looking at a website trying to find the oil prices. Anyway, um, so let's see. Anything else? That GGB, is this doing anything that's interesting? GGB, yeah. Lyft and Uber guys, Lyft. Look at Lyft. I mean, look left. I mean, look at the next low looking left, 1428. There's a dollar there. I'm not saying it's getting there. Understand? I'm not saying it's getting there. Just a matter of looking left to see where the next low is on a daily chart, and that's a dollar away for Lyft, LYFT. And how about Uber? My guess is Uber is going to be somewhat similar. Ooh, even worse. No, not quite. 29.10. Where's the next low? 28.30. Yeah, about a dollar also to the next low for both Uber and Lyft, LYFT. Boy, a break of 15. Yeah, look at Edit. Look at Edit. Edit on the way down too. This is not quite a lifetime low, but wow. Look at all these things just getting closer to their lifetime lows. So where is the next low looking left for Edit? Looks like that is about 1216. For some reason, I had some price alerts set for AMBP and MQ. Wow, Goose guys. Also, here's the Canada Goose. You can short it now, guys. I'll allow you to short it. I think the brand has lost its cachet. How many trades are you in at the same time, typically, Keish? Just out of curiosity. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Just out of curiosity, how many trades typically are you in at the same time? Wow, look at a firm. I mean, look at these charts, these daily charts. It's looking disastrous. Wow, SQ guys, this looks like it's basically an all-time low. SQ, all-time low. Really, only one or two a day, and you find that because the way you were talking, like flattening them all at once. I thought maybe you had five or six on the go, and if you want to get out all at once, I get it. But okay, well, I'm glad it's working out for you. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Look at SQ guys. This is an all-time low. SQ. Well, this is sort of unabated selling. I want to see what GIS is doing after yesterday's. Yeah, GIS is still strong. GIS is still strong. I mean, it did hit in the pre-market, $82. So the makers of Cheerios. Uber, guys, Uber now underneath that whole number, and here's Hertz. Hertz, how's Jets doing? JETS, ETF for the airline industry. Yeah, just sinking. Wow. So much for the PRST guys. I'd forget about this now. Another one, guys, almost at an all-time low. Woof, WOOF, almost an all-time low for Woof. In fact, it is an all-time low. Not almost, it is. XPAV, let's take a look at XPAV. Mike in our YouTube room is talking about XPAV. Yeah, one of the few stocks that appear to be moving higher, a little bit anyway. How's the LI doing? Is it still moving? LI? Yeah, the LI looks a lot like the XPAV with the topping tails. And how about the NIO? Yeah, so the three of them are basically trading the same way. Wow. ENVX, another one on the way down. This is just showing up on the one scan I do have. Okay, good for you, Keish. Then I know IB has hotkeys. I have no idea if I don't use hotkeys at all. I know they have hotkeys. I don't know how well they work. I don't know about E-Trade. Look at Pixie, guys. Look at Pixie, PIXI. Why? This is look. I mean, what sort of move is this? The next high looking left is 26. Um, so they dropped after a private placement placing yesterday. Is there a price? 13. So it looks like it was at $12 a share, or in that ballpark. I mean, again, guys, this has such a low float. Our provider has 500,000 shares, which is super, super crazy low in the float. I'm surprised that this did get halted at 1754. It's not halted right now. So UPST and Affirm both moving down. Yeah, they had that. It was on September 1, I think, right, Doug? Earlier this month, I believe the one for 100. Sava, I have for IB, it's showing, and it shows 16,000 shares available to short for Sava at Interactive Brokers, Denver. Now they're 30,000, so there was some short covering as I was speaking in Interactive Brokers. Okay. Well, this is definitely the wild thing for the day or today as we speak. Pixie, I mean, if it takes out that the high today, I mean, the next high is 26. Looking left, not saying it's getting there. I am in a short of woof. Okay, it's an all-time low now, and as long as the market doesn't take a big rebound, so I am short woof. I don't know where it's going because there's nothing holding it up in terms of a chart. Yeah, I saw you got into. Oh, yeah, nice one, Shady. AMPX, nice one. The high looking left is 1040, so or yesterday, so that's done. And then 14 is the next high. This is one I traded this one, I guess, 2 days ago. It was it was a wild one. Or was it 3 days ago? I maybe it was this day. I can't remember anymore. The main difference, JK, is you don't have access to Brokerage Plus. Okay. Uh, the web-based version doesn't have the races yet, but soon, I would say quite soon. Okay. But that's probably the main difference. The web-based version, you can only have 5 charts. If you're into having our charts, you can only have 5 charts. And as far as loading, as long as you save it to the cloud, let me just get the web-based version up. Give me a moment. So the difference is, I mean, the toolbar looks a little bit different, but all you have to do, as long as you save it to the cloud, then you just tools load from cloud. Okay. Well, when you save to the cloud, I mean, it's up to you, of course, but I always go entire layout. If I'm saving to the cloud right now, file, and then save or share to cloud, I I will normally click on entire, give it a name. They'll give it another name, JK's layout, whatever you want, and then save. Now it's in your cloud. Now, when you go to the web-based version, tools, click on tools, load from cloud, and it'll be there. Okay. But yeah, I mean, you can select what you want, but typically, I mean, you create a layout. Usually you want the entire layout. I would just give it a name though. Okay. Give it a name. Yeah. Looks like the same one I've been using. Thanks. Thanks, Denver. I think it's the same one I've been using. If it isn't, it looks very similar. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:02. Look at STEM. I mean, STEM is another one. I think the next low looking left is 14.29. There's a dollar away. Tilla's selling. I mean, this is just unabated, guys. Unabated selling. Let's take a look at the sectors now. I'll do the change from the open. I'm interested to see what the consumer staples sector is. What's happening? Okay, see how this has changed completely? Well, not completely, but look at if you were here 10 minutes before the open, we were looking at XLE, the energy ETF, okay? And 100% of the stocks were up from yesterday's close. Look at this now. What that 100% in red means is that 100% of the ones that make up XLE are down from their opening price of the day. They're open. So a lot of them still may be above yesterday's close, but means they've been drifting down. And consumer staples, yeah, it's not. I thought maybe it might be a little more positive. This was a positive sector yesterday, but look at everything else, just getting trashed. Sober from a couple of days ago that had the massive move. Had a nice move yesterday too, but gave it up. I mean, what did it get? A high as 338, closed down here at 238. That's a big percentage drop. All right, keeping an eye on the WOOF. I had some profit. Right now it's right where I shorted it, so just watching to see. I mean, it seems to be tracking the market a little bit. Market's putting in some bottoming tails now. Yeah, Len had earnings, didn't it? Len and KBH, both a couple of home builders. Now, Len coming into what you might think is a pretty big resistance area. 78.89 is the next high looking left, and then 78.71. So this little area here, I mean, if it can get through, if it can get to 79, then the next high is 81.73. NVAX continues. I mean, it sort of stalled somewhat, but NVAX still looks weak. It sort of stalled a little bit, but I think I said 19 something was the next low looking left, I believe. Well, look at Steelcase. Steelcase, not quite an all-time low. This is an earnings play. Yes, actually, this is an earnings play, guys. They released earnings after hours yesterday, and just getting battered down. So, I guess it makes sense, office furniture with, a lot of companies still allowing their employees to work from home, probably not spending as much on office furniture. I guess that makes sense. I thought, though, Denver, that I see what you're saying, but I thought when you got out of a position, yes, if you still have a stop in place and you don't get rid of it, that would trigger a trade later on. I get it, but I didn't think it would, unless your stop was like pennies away. Yeah, I don't understand why it would trigger it immediately just because you've got to stop. Because I do know, yeah, when you put a stop in and you don't get rid of it, you get out of a trade and your stop is, let's just say you get in a trade at $12 and you put a stop at 11 and you get out of the trade thinking that your stop has been removed, but it's still there. If the stock moved down to 11, it would put you into a trade, as I understand it. So you got to use your orders cancels, but I don't understand why just by clicking getting out of a trade, it would immediately look at that stop, which is way below. That's why I thought was it pennies away. That doesn't make sense to me. Wow, index. All I need is woof to. Now, Zach, after all the alerts and things that you do in this room, you are more than welcome. Okay, thanks, Denver. Well, I mean, legal. I mean, it's up to you, of course. If you want more action with more traders, interacting with more traders, obviously come into the main room. It really doesn't make that much difference to me. What room? The question in our YouTube room: would I rather you be in the main room or the YouTube room? It really, I mean, it doesn't make that much difference to me. You guys, it's the same. You have a slight delay, I think, in YouTube because YouTube puts it like a 10-second delay. I know it's easier to get into the YouTube room. But if you want a lot more action, interaction with other traders, the main room is definitely the place to be. So Mookie, if you want to buy a stock at a price higher, you just say, let's say I look at SHC, okay, as an example. If I wanted to buy it at, well, I'll just pick any price that's higher. First of all, let me get into the simulator. Okay, so now When I click on SHC, so here's the symbol showing up. I pick how many shares. Let's go 400 shares. It's easier with the buy button. Let me just do it with the buy button. If I click on the buy button and the crosshairs appears, if I drop the crosshairs above the current price, that's where it'll take it. I said that's where it'll take it. Maybe I didn't do it right. All right. I'm on the latest development version, and we should see a blue line here. I'm in the simulator. Yes. The buy button is it's on. It's in the account. All right, something's going on with my buy button. But yes, I mean, you just have to drop the price or in the manually, you can just, as long as you put the price above the current price, you can do that. I have to figure out why this is not working in the simulator right now. Again, and I just loaded it this morning. I'm on a development version. Let me do another one. Hmm. Yeah, Wolf is now moving against me with the market, so I'm gonna have to figure out if I want to hold on to it. It's a little bit above where I shorted it. All right, so I've got something going on here, guys. I don't know if you guys are having any lag with your charts. I don't know if it's just me. Something's going on with my system anyway. That's probably why that buy wasn't working because something's going on with my system. So let's hopefully it gets back. Give me a moment, guys. I mean, you can see I've got some kind of lag. Now, it might be the server I'm on. So anybody else getting some lag? Not just lag. This is not lag. This is just not loading data in the charts or your single stock window. Before I pester our development guys to have to make sure it's just not my system. You were getting lag? Okay, Jordan. Okay, so yeah, it usually depends on the server you're on. And we have different servers, of course. Okay, let's see if this is now fixed. Oh, our little porn bot. Haven't seen that for a while in our YouTube room. Shouldn't make fun of it or light of it, but all right, guys, give me a moment. I have to make sure that before I again talk to our development guys, that is. So Jordan is saying he's got some chart lag. I have to make sure it's not just, two of us. So I don't want to hear about people who are okay. I want to hear it from people that are not okay. Make sure that it could be just a server. A lot of times all you have to do is, yeah, it shouldn't matter though how much you got. I mean, I've got a lot going on, okay, but it never matters. Well, until I get this solved, I can't really do anything. All I have to do, I just have to keep watching my woof short. So basically, where I shorted it. Okay, at least the daily chart is showing up. Okay, we might be back, or I might be back. All right, looks like we're back, or I'm back anyway. So if I click that buy button and drop it, what happens? Okay, so you see what I did there, Mookie. So I clicked on that buy button and then I just dropped the price above. I put the dotted line above the current price. So if it hits 12.94, it'll take the trade. Right, there's some just ugliness going on, guys. Nothing is really holding. Well, I should say nothing. I mean, very few of the things that I look at are kind of holding. The Ampex look pretty good for a while. I'm sure Shady must have taken his profit. Let's take a look at Pixie. There's Pixie right there. Okay, so Pixie. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I mean, you get these two giant topping tails. I mean, again, remember what it means. The buyers had this price Pixie all the way up to 21.58. Sellers knocked it down to 18. Buyers tried again, got it up to 20.33. Sellers knocked it down to 18. So the sellers are in control now anyway. Okay. Oh, here we go. So the MFI overbought and oversold is there now. So because let's take a look at the overbought. With the market moving down, I want to see what this looks like. So these are all ETFs. So Zach, it is there now. Just checking to see what sort of alerts we get from them. Okay. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, keep talking to Michael, I guess. I don't know why he couldn't give you exactly, if you said exactly what you're looking for, as long as he can code it. I don't know why. I don't know why he couldn't give it to you. All right, guys. So that little glimmer of hope, that green candle there, is now being wiped out by that red candle on the SPY, which is again helping my wolf short a little bit. All right, guys. I'm just kind of looking to see FinV. I haven't seen this one for a while. Wow, FinV. So the next high looking left is 470. If you can get through that, the next high is 489. It's too close, just too close. Not enough room for me anyway. Okay, I'm just intrigued by this. You're saying it's not what you're looking for. I'm just going to keep an eye on this guild. Okay, this is in theory overbought on the 1 minute chart. I only have a 15-minute chart here, but and the alert at 63.58. So let's just see what happens from here. Looks like there could be some resistance around 63.81, and also look at that 200-day moving average, 63.79. So, I mean, it's coming right into that 200-day moving average. So, in theory, this could give us a short. The closer it gets to that 200-day, if the market keeps moving down. Well, right now, yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of movement in the things I'm watching. I mean, the wolf is just sitting there. It's not doing anything for me. Basically, I'm flat on that short. All right. Well, just for fun, I took just no, not a huge position, but I took this Guild short, GILD, and I stopped right at that 200 day. So I'm just sort of testing this MFI overbought. I know you're saying it's not what you wanted, but I just want to see what sort of alerts we get. And when I look at Guild, okay, I mean, looks like the 200 day could stall it. Maybe I'm a little early on the short, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not going crazy on it. Okay, you see, it says here it hit 85 on the 1 minute. Now that's 1 minute. That's what we have anyway. Okay, so when you're saying it didn't hit 85, I mean, it looks like this is the cutoff. According, no, that's our data, I guess. So I'm not sure when you say it didn't hit 85, what are you using to show are you using another website or some other way to find out the MFI? I mean that this is what we have for the MFI. So from Michael's point of view, I mean, if you asked him for a minimum of 85, I mean, it's working from his point of view. Now, the data may not be the same from what you're from maybe another source. That's all I can think of. In other words, there's been nothing he could do because that's the data that we have, if that makes sense. Because you can see that every single stock that's appearing is at least 85, according to our data. How's this Merck? I mean, at 93. So guys, what you're seeing here, this is from the Market Explorer, okay? Oh, that I don't know. I mean that should be easy though for Michael to do. I mean, if you want the 20 instead of the 14, I mean, I don't see where it is here. So, but that should be simple to do. So what you guys, okay, I should explain, guys. I'm sorry, I'm sort of rambling here. Um, This money flow index overbought 1 minute. All these are strategies that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created, okay? So if you click on new, and this is only available if you're using our web-based version, not available. So if you click on new and then Market Explorer window, and this is part of our standard service, none of this is on my home page. And if you right click, then right click and select strategy, it should be all organized now, okay? So relative strength index, but here is the money flow index, the MFI. Here are the strategies. Okay, and I'm just looking at the overbought, and here it is right here. Okay, the overbought. Here's the oversold. I went overbought because, well, the market, moving down, you would think that anything overbought, in theory, should probably be topping out, maybe. Well, let me ask Michael. You want so this is the 14? Okay. I mean, I don't see why it. I mean, okay, okay. I mean, well, I'll pass that on. I don't. I mean, that's simple to do, so I don't know. Okay, let me just ask him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, that to me doesn't seem. I mean, obviously, a price range is easy, and changing it to the that period should be easy, but we'll see. And the minimum volume, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't answer for all that. Anyway, my guild short is working. I mean, a few pennies here. It's too bad that it's not Tuesday because you could talk to him in in the YouTube room when he's there on Tuesdays. So, hey, woof. Okay, woof. Starting to move now for me with the market, moving with the market. I held on. Okay, this is what Michael says, by the way. He says it is based on the 20. It's not the 14. He says it is based on the 20. And he said that, as far as the price range is concerned, he wants to, he's and the volume is over 1 million, okay? It's just the price range, Zach, according to Michael. And he said, we want to make it, I mean, he's trying to customize it as much to you as possible, but he recognizes that other people might want, a higher prices. Okay. So he says, I mean, it's not like I don't know how many alerts you get, but if it's above the price range you want, then just ignore it. But he says that the volume is over 1 million. Well, not this one. SONN is under. So let me just point that out to him. Whoops. Shoot. What the heck happened there? All right, so I guess he's trying to make it a little more general, okay? So most of the things I say are over 1 million shares. Yeah, no, I recognize that. I recognize that. And what he would say, you know what? I hate to get in between the two of you guys. I mean, I just trying to be a go-between. I guess he's trying to make it a little more general for everybody. So I guess if you click if you see an alert that's underneath 1 million, then don't trade it, I guess. Well, okay. I you know what? All right, I'm moving on. Okay, I'm just moving on, guys. I don't want to get in between the two of you. I don't know if that's Michael though. Let me ask. I don't know if Michael's in that questions tab. I don't know if that's the Michael Knotts or just another Michael who's being helpful. Okay, no, that's not Michael. It's not the Michael you're thinking. It's just a very helpful Michael in our trade ideas questions. Okay, it's not Michael Noss. All right, guys, I'm getting a little distracted here, so let me make sure I haven't. So my guild short is still kind of working. Okay, I mean it's hasn't moved very much, but so Jeb. Okay, sorry. So thank you, Denver, for answering that question. Okay, it is now 10:41. So I'm going to answer Kishore. I'm going to answer your question right now. I'm going to go to my home page. I'm a little bit late in doing all this. Oh, I know. I know. It was a, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael, not Michael Noss. All right, guys. So I just put my homepage link in and it appears that it is working for me today. So I'm going to click on the homepage link. So Kishore, what you can do right off the bat. Okay, I'm going to talk about, of course, a great promotion we've got going on right now. But if you want my scans, here are the scans. This is what was not popping up yesterday. And so there are the two races that I'm sharing. And the race that you're looking for, this one, the large cap gainers from the open, is there. Okay, so just go to the scan section, and here they are. So, first of all, we've got a great promotion on right now. So, please listen carefully. If you don't have trade ideas, actually, I'll talk to our monthly subscribers right now. If you've ever thought about maybe taking on an annual subscription, excuse me, just hold on one second. Ooh, excuse me. So with this promo, it's 17 months for 12 months, okay? Plus 25% off. So just to give you an idea, on an annual basis, this is what it would cost. Guess I was on the annual already. So our premium service is 2,000 less the 25%, and yes, it is $1,500. You divide that by 17 into $1,500, and you get about $88 a month. Doing the same thing with standard, 1,000 down to 750, divide that by 17, $44 a month. That's how much on a monthly basis it would be. So you're getting 17 months for the price of 12 plus a 25% discount. Okay, one heck of a deal. We've never done this before, and this is good until September 26th. So if you currently have a monthly subscription, and you've been thinking about maybe taking an annual, a great time to do it. Obviously, if you don't have a subscription at all and you want to take on an annual, this is a great deal. Now, if you currently have an annual subscription, this is what we can do for you. You may or may not like it, but this is what we can do for you. So let's just say you've got 6 months left on your annual subscription. You take out this subscription right now, as is, this one, and we'll add, say, 6 months to your subscription. So in other words, instead of 17 months, it'd be 23 months. Okay. That is the deal if you have an annual subscription right now. Okay. So we've never had a sale like this before. So now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Let's Get Started. Okay, this will cover most of the basic features, starting off, of course, with the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. So it's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos, about 30 minutes long. You must do that before you do anything else. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here, free, of course. Trade of the week. Probably a pretty tough one this week. Last week's was, worked out okay, Netflix, but I don't know, CSIQ, I think it triggered, it may have got stopped out. But anyway, this is free. Sent to you about an hour before the market opens on Monday mornings. And the education section is here. So here's our guide. Click on the user guide. There is the getting started section that I talked about, the 30-minute or 10 videos, 30 minutes long. You should at least know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about our stock racing. Obviously, we have other things in our user guide, but get these down first, and then you can start looking at other aspects of what we've got in our user guide, okay? Daily support session. So today is Thursday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today being Thursday, it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do take my break. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week, so you can ask him about, his methodology and all. Daily webinar. So there is one today. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday rotation. This week was the Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's a great series. If you are new to trading, it's all free. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? An introduction to charts, etc. So it's all free. And last, my scans. So you want my scans? Here are the two race scans that you see. But I do have some other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay. So save my link. Then you can look at the education section. You can look at my scans. You can look at anything else that's on my homepage anytime you want. Just save my link. Okay. if you're talking to me, Mookie, as far as using well, I only use a daily SMA. Okay, I don't use any intraday. That's just me. I don't, that's not to say people shouldn't do that. Okay, guys, I'm out of the guild short. Again, I had so little, I just wanted to test it. It's right at the 200 day. It's right at the 200. I probably should leave it in there just to see if it gets stalled at the 200 day, but I'm a little distracted right now, so I'm trying to just. I still have my woof short. It's really not doing much. There's the S Pro. Yes, yes, the boom on the S Pro. Again, I should have been paying way more attention to this one. The press release looks pretty good, obviously, for a company of this size. They get 66 million up front, plus, the deal with Glaxo, GSK. I don't have it. I don't have that one, Blue Moon. Okay, you're gonna have to go to support and ask for it. I don't have Andy's bottom fishing scan. Excuse me. I'll just cut the address. Okay, just ask for it. Okay, little move now for the rum guys. RUM. Little move now for the rum. Again, testing that 13 level. Yeah, how is Netflix doing? I mean, that was well. I mean, it was a trade of the week last week. And, remember what the market did last week. It triggered and then it moved down and then it moved higher again. I mean, I think the trigger was right here actually at 235 and it got up to 250. I mean, this is this week, granted, but pretty interesting. Oh, okay. Thank you, Canadian one. I've got it right here. So Blue Moon, he does, yeah, but I've got it right here. Somebody nicely posted it in the other room so I can hand it to you. Okay. Thank you, guys. That's what I love about the rooms, guys. Everybody tries to help each other. Okay, so there it is, Blue Moon. Okay, there's the cloud link for Andy's Dawn of the Dead. Thank you, Canadian one. Okay, guys, so let me talk a little bit more in detail about the races, but I really encourage you to go to the guide, okay? Go to the guide, go to the race section. A lot of information is there, several videos to explain what it's all about, lots of text, okay? Because I'm going to talk to you about it, excuse me, but I don't expect you to remember everything I'm saying. So that's why we have a guide. So the races are all based on a top list. It always starts off with a top list window, okay? So this race that you see here, the biggest gainers from the open, which can be very volatile, but then you do look at Ampex now. I mean, this is talk about volatility. I mean, it popped up to 1147, all the way back down to 963, right back up to 1175. So yes, you get some wild moves here, up and down. Not necessarily is everybody's trading style. This one over here is a little more, well, it's less volatile because it's large cap gainers from the open. But let me explain, just want to, tell you what the races are. And as I say, you always start a race from a top list window. So of course you can create your own top list window with your criteria. In this top list window, all I'm looking for are stocks between 1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up at least 2% from the close. That's all I'm looking for, nothing else. So before we had races, this is what top lists were used for. So if I wanted to see stocks that were up the most from the day, up the most for the day, as long as I had it as a column header, so I've got the change from the close percent as a header, I would double left click rapidly, okay, and I will see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. So obviously S Pro is leading the way, 213%. You know, and here's SONN, 25%, etc. Now I like to look at things change from the open. So S Pro, 26% from the open. So, you know, it's opening print. It's moved 26% from that opening trade. So that's great, but how do we use this to trade? Because ideally what you want to see is, okay, but is anything really moving right now? Is anything moving right now? Well, instead of having to stare at these numbers to see if there's any change, or even worse, I mean, what if something like PGen right now, it's only up 2 points, or Frey, you know, we've been talking about this one, FREY. It's up 2.8% from the open right now, okay? But what if all of a sudden it started to move? And now it's 5%, 10%, 15% from the open. For whatever reason, maybe some press release hits, maybe some, you know, some Reddit crew decides to pile into this one. But for whatever reason, it starts to move. Well, you'd never know. You'd never know. That's where the races come in. See, I should have held on to the guild short. So that's where the races come in. Okay, so I run 4-minute races. Now I get the question all the time: why 4? Why not 3? Why not 2? Why not 5? I don't know. I picked 4 and I've stuck with it. Been using it for several months now. It's a number, maybe it's a favorite number, I don't know. So I decided to do 4-minute races. What does it mean to run a 4-minute race? So right now I am 1 minute, just about 1 minute into this race. So what happens is any stock that is really moving, that satisfies those filter requirements, will move to the top of the leaderboard. That's why we see S Pro up here. Okay, S Pro, since this race started, has moved 28%. And you can just see, you know, if I click on the chart, I mean, you can just see what happened. It's moved 28% since this race started. And more than likely, you know, when this race is over, more than likely it will probably win this stage, this 4-minute race. And that is very, very important, because what happens is over the course of the day, we automatically create a watch list for you of the top 10. So what that means is when you look in the number 1 position, why Beat is in the number 1 position is because it won 3 races. Ampex won 3 races. Pixie has won 3 races. S Pro more than likely is going to win this race unless some other stock out of nowhere can topple it. Okay, just like any other race. And so if S Pro continues to win this race, then it's going to move into the number 1 position because it will have won 4 races. So what happens is, again, this is a watch list that is created for you. Now, my recommendation in order to use this is that, yeah, it's you know, you always want to follow the ones that have won the most, but you know, like a VRAX right here, it only won 1 race right at the very beginning of the day. Okay, you can see why it won a race. Now, what it's doing now, it's getting really hit. But what if VRAX was just kind of, I'm sorry, and this was a pre-market, so it must have had okay, it must have gapped up and then came right back down. That's why, remember now, this is a 15-minute chart. But what I'm really trying to demonstrate though is, what if VRAX though was just kind of basing around this area instead of, you know, really a collapse? You could say, well, maybe later on in the day, if it takes out a certain level, I want to know about it and maybe buy it. Okay, that's the beauty of this, creating a watch list for you. Now, VRAX is not a good example right now because it's really, really giving it up. But even then, you might say, well, what if it, gets back down to 3? I want to know about it. Maybe it bounces off 3. Okay. So the beauty of all this really though is the focus. It gets you to focus on maybe a couple of race scans and that's it. I'm not saying these have to be the ones you focus on. These are my race scans that I am sharing, but you can create your own race scans based on a top list that you like of with your filters and filter values. I mean, maybe you want a different price range. All I did on this one in the large cap gainers from the open is I said, okay, I'm going to take this one, but I'm going to add 2 filters. One filter, meaning being the market cap, has to be at least a half a billion market cap plus at least 50 million in the float. So you're not going to get the wild moves in this one, but that might be better for a lot of people. Okay. So it's up to you. You could run a combination. I like running a combination. Of course, I'm always interested in the ones that are really moving. But again, I will also look at this because, it can be a little less easier on the nerves. Okay. Meanwhile, guys, Woof is really starting to work for me, and I should have held my guild short. So how do you change how long the race is? Okay, now you can go to the guide. It's in the guide, okay? But let me just show you. So I'm going to duplicate this window. I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to duplicate the window because I don't want to mess around with my current settings here. So I've just duplicated the window. So you click on the square, okay? And now right click, once you're sort of stop the race, right click and then show race setup. And here's where you can, adjust your race. Here's where, minutes to run. I'm always running it, change from the open. Now people say, well, I'd like to run it, change from the open, but when I use this drop-down menu, the little down arrow, I don't see change from the open. That's because if you're not using my races, if you're creating your own top list to run a race from, you don't have the change from the open as a header. You have to add it as a column header because any column header can be used. And then I always use the delta value. That is going to show me the ones that have moved the most. Okay, that's the change, delta change. And then I always like to say replace symbols. That allows the symbols to float to the top, the ones that are winning, okay, leading. And then auto rerun. I'm always going to auto rerun. I think most people want that because once a race is over, you want the next one to begin. Okay, so here's how you can customize it. But here again is how you can change the minutes to run. Okay, but again, that's all in the guide. Well, this wolf is really starting to work for me now, guys. Glad I held on. It's almost an all-time low now. Oh, this market, boy, oh boy. Well, a lot of you have never experienced a market like this. We've been in this sort of a market for several months now, but I mean, a lot of you who are new to trading are probably wondering, well, how do I trade? Well, if you won't short, number one, I mean, I'm not saying there are no long opportunities. Obviously, the S Pro, was a great long opportunity, but you've got to, I always say you got to be nimble though. You cannot expect to get into a trade like this and then wander away from your computer for an hour Because if you came back, it might be right back where you bought it, or even worse, underneath. Okay, so you have to be able to stick around. Well, no, one of the things, just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. Let's see, what am I looking at now? Now, the other thing about these, is just in general, one of the problems with the market, with anything in the Market Explorer. Now, I don't know when this is going to happen, but Michael Noss was talking about this. One of the problems I have with the Market Explorer is that if I'm going to use any one of them, I don't want to have to stare, to see what's happening. So, of course, with any alert window and a price alerts window, etc., you can put an audible alert on it. So that will be next happening. So now, I don't mind having maybe a couple of these open. I've got that 10 SMA play open, but not a lot happening with it. But so there'll be an audible alert, just like an alert window. So when I hear it, I know to take a look at it. So that is coming. I can't tell you exactly when, but so yeah, let's look left. I mean, I've just been sorry, really. Oh, that's right. That looking left for the escrow. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying this morning, guys. I mean, it's my bad. I mean, it really is. I mean, I should have had. I just was a little distracted, having all sorts of problems going into websites because I had to clear my cache yesterday, and I didn't realize I'd forgotten. And so, trying to get into this trading room and getting StreamYards going and all other things, I forgot to put the price alert here because I was saying in the pre-market, if this takes out 238, look out, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. Because then we say look left and 512. I'm not saying it's going to get to 512, but you don't have any chart resistance. I know, Aja, but I can't help you there. All right, guys, I am now Yeah, this freight has been awesome. I mean, choppy. I mean, look how, look at it in the pre-market, 650 all the way down to 1484 and then coming back. And there's Frey, leading the way on this. Well, actually, let's take a look at VIRT. I know guys been talking about it. Yeah, pretty choppy. I mean, had the news along with Hood about the payment for order flow. How's TCOM doing? Well, again, rum is challenging that 13. Sorry. All right, guys. Hey, Talk. What's Talk doing? Talk. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Now, Talk no, actually, it's not a low float. 94 million in the float. All right, Pixie. Well, I mean, that's a boy. You just got to be awfully careful, guys. I mean, 500,000 in the float is ridiculously low. Okay, and we've been to various websites. That seems to, even if it's higher, I mean, it's not going to be like 20 million. So very, very, very low float. So you got to be awfully careful if you're going to take this one. All right, Woof. I've not taken anything out of this yet. I wanted to see how low can you go. Let me back this out and see where the next low is. Okay, so I can't go past it. Is this wasn't Woof, was this the offshoot from PetSmart? They're online? No, maybe not. Maybe not. I can't see a low, but we have the position and range at 4%. So it means that in theory, it's not at the all-time low, but I cannot see anywhere. I'm going back to 2015. So I don't know if this was another symbol. I don't know if this has been around really since then as woof, but anyway, bottom line is there's no support, no chart support, no chart support. So if you're in this with me, unless it does something crazy, and it is tracking the market a little bit, you can see that green candle for woof is the same as that green candle on the SPY. So, just be aware of what the SPY is doing if you're in this woof short with me. And there we go, another new low here. I haven't looked at AMC. Let's take a look at AMC. Ugly. And how about GME? Key level for me is 25. Yeah, 25. So that's old 100, okay? The one for four forward split. So that's like the old 100. Boy, Saba is so strong. 3 nice days for Saba. Well, again, just out of curiosity, I take a look at this SHC. This showed up at 778 on that MFI. 778, 745 now. And it didn't really move higher. I mean, got up to 780, but there was the alert at 778. So regardless of, I'm just going to follow it. I mean, it looks to me like it could be good for, short-term trades. And I'm with you, Zach. I mean, I don't like the really expensive ones, but I'll just ignore them. Hmm. So the other short by the way, guys, look at Rumble, RUM, it's over 13. So the only other short that I'm looking at, okay, this is my 10-day daily breakdown, and I probably should add it to it was just giving me too many alerts, but this was in Real created this one, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, maybe. Real's Momo Trendo down, okay? And that's where I saw Woof early on in the day. The first alert, this is in the don't repeat version of it. So the first alert was at 9:51 at 1274. So with the market doing what it's been doing over the last few weeks, this is about the only, because I've tried to flip these and I don't really get what I'm looking for. Certainly these ones they're too cheap typically. So flipping them to get a short is not what I want. And I really didn't see, I mean, I probably should be looking at this large cap gainer, losers from the open again as a race. But anyway, that's what I'm using. I can give you this if you want it. This is the repeating version, okay? So you'll see every time a stock makes a new low, you will see it. I think also he had 15-minute lows. So you'll get alert on a new low and also on a 15-minute low. Anyway, that's where I saw woof. Yeah, I can give it to you. But you get a lot of alerts, okay? I'm still trying to, I actually made some changes to the original one that Real gave us, but I'm still getting probably too many alerts, but I absolutely, I can give it to you. Real doesn't mind. Real's Momo Trendo down, okay? So there it is. Squid, are you waiting for Squid Game 2? Oh, really? Okay. You're one of the, it's only been watched by 1 billion people probably. Oh, wow. This is giving me way more than I expected. But again, keep an eye on the market, okay? You start to see some green bars. Take off A. Okay. How's it going, A? I actually don't think I say A that much, but Casa, which is the one that split off from PetSmart? They're online. Uh, Was it Chewy? Maybe it's Chewy. Yeah, you might be right. It might be Chewy, which is not doing well either. Oops, let me. No, I don't think it is because this says it was founded in 2011. And I could have sworn PetSmart did, well, their online company, call it PetSmart. I thought they did an IPO not that long ago, within 4 years. Well, guys, with all the craziness that's gone on, the other things that I've had to deal with, websites and all, this has been a really kind of relaxing trade for me, this woof. Look at rum now, guys. Rum and woof. Look at rum. And I just put a price alert there for rum at 13.26. Why? Well, that's the high of yesterday, I believe. No, not quite. Well, no, yeah, there it is. High yesterday was 13.44, so now it is above that high. Next high looking left is 15.99. So this is an alpha stock right now. Alpha stock meaning it's not following the market at all. It is just doing its own thing. As the market is starting to just move down, 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 it is doing its own thing for a while anyway. I find it's a little too whippy intraday, but so Pete, maybe what they did was PetSmart always had like a, I don't know, a private online store, and then they decided to take it public in 2019, and it was Chewy. Maybe that's what it is. So remember, I put this. Where are you? Is it Kishore? No, Mookie. You in our YouTube room. You asked about putting a. Excuse me. Okay, thank you, Pete. Yeah, that's it's kind of what I thought. You just confused me because it said 2011, but okay. So anyway, remember I took this trade. I put a conditional buy order for rum at what was it, 12.96, and it took the trade. Okay, using that buy button. Now, if I want to get out of the trade right now, I flatten it. Now I'm going to click that. I'm going to click it once. See, using the buy button anyway, that stop disappears. Denver, you can see that stop disappears. I mean, it appears on the y-axis here, but the line has disappeared. So that did not put me into a short position. Okay, so Mookie again in our YouTube room. I know we've got a Mookie in the main room, and we got a Mookie. I don't know if Mookie, if you change your name, Mookie two or Mookie. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Mookie in our YouTube room. Well, the based on options are based on whatever columns you've got. Okay, column headers you've got. So in your top list, in my top list, I've got in this particular top list, for instance, if I wanted to create a race on it, I could create a race on any one of these column headers. So when you say, are there any others to add? That's up to you. Does that make sense? I mean, it's totally up to you what you base a race on. Okay. And yeah, so there's no right or wrong. My race here is, it's just based on this top list, and I happen to have the change from the open. In theory, I could get rid of every one of these column headers, okay? Because I only really care about the change from the open. I'm not looking at this top list at all. I exit out. I don't even have it up and running. I mean, you know, so I, in theory, could only have this as a column header. Yeah, you just add it. You just have to add it. So, I mean, if you're trying to create your own top list, you're not using mine, and because you want to have maybe you're a different price range and all sorts of different things, then it's up to you then to add the column headers. My favorite setup. I like these two right here. These two that you see right here. If I'm going, okay, these races. Okay, guys, I have covered some of the woof. Just one moment, please. Okay. So it's not so much the setup, it's the scan, okay, Igor? I mean, this is a scan. These are the two scans that I really pay attention to. Obviously, because of the way that what the market's doing, I'm paying attention to, Reels, Momo, Trendo down for shorts, okay? Other than that, that's all I'm really looking at. But that's me. That is me, of course. You see how Wolf is, that's why I was saying, guys, you've got to watch the market. If you're in a trade like Wolf, which seems to be tracking the market pretty closely, you've got to be watching what the SPY is doing. Okay. So Wolf is, almost candle by candle is following the SPY. One green candle here, one green candle here, one green candle here, one green candle here. Okay, that's why you should have a way to track the market, whether you're using the SPY or the Russell or something else. But you really, I mean, I like using the SPY. So I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. So ZXCVB squared. Okay. Yeah, understand that those stocks that I talk about in the pre-market that I put, this list of stocks that you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, those are just the ones that are moving in the pre-market. It's not, they're not picks. They're not suggestions even, okay? These are just the ones that are moving in the pre-market that, in theory, we should be following, I suppose, once the market opens, okay? So I just want to caution you because I know you're saying my pre-market stock picks or suggestions. I would call them suggestions, just suggestions to to watch these stocks and see what happens. That's all. Certainly not. These are not picks. These are just the ones that are moving in the pre-market. But if you're finding that that's working for you, and that's exactly as you put it, you are exactly who you're looking for, or I'm exactly who you're looking for to help. That's great. Okay, so how do I? Okay, so you're saying use the but the buy button doesn't have a profit take. It doesn't have a profit target, as far as I know. It just has the it just has a stop and that's it. Now, of course, I can. Yeah, so there's no target here. So you're saying if I put a target in here and then I got out of the trade? Okay. Yeah, so of course just using the simulator. I've never used IB to actually or B plus to actually trade. Well, there's your 11 o'clock reversal. There is your 11 o'clock reversal right there. Boy, Sabbath, so strong, guys. So strong. So have you passed this on? Have you passed this on? I think you have, right, Tom? You've passed this on to their development guys, and are they saying anything, making any suggestions, or I mean, I'm always going to be old school. I mean, I don't, I'm always going to be a manual trader. Um, I mean, I'm always going to use B plus to trade, or not B plus, but IB to trade from within. I'm just so used to it. I don't mind using it. I'm not in too many trades at the same time, usually a maximum of two. So it's super simple for me. I'm just so used to it. All right, guys, it's 11:35. I just want to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room. I take my break at noon. All right, let's see what some of these things are doing now. So the S Pro. So I mean here, look at the S Pro as an example. You might look at this. I see it's actually an AI alert too at 266. Okay. So you may look at this and say, okay, we got a big bottoming tail here. The sellers knocked it down to this price. If this can base a bit, maybe you want to put an alert, around 280 or so. See if it takes out the high of that previous 15-minute candle and resumes. I mean, it's got, in my opinion, it's got the kind of eye-catching news release, press release that could at least sustain the interest all day. I'm not saying it's going to move higher, but I don't think the volume is going to dry up. I mean, look at the volume, 100 whoops, 150. Why did it do that? It just, it's like I was talking about you and it decided to. So there's your volume, 153 million, 27 million in the float. So you can do some quick math. That's over 5 times the float, 183 times normal volume today. 183 times normal volume today up to this time of day. I mean, just look. I mean, look at this volume bar. The other thing, this is not shortable for me. I don't know how many brokers have this available, so I'm sure Centerpoint, Zach Centerpoint probably has it. But if it's not, if it's not widespread, in other words, if there are not a lot of brokers that can short this, then you don't have to worry about a lot of short selling pressure too. So why don't I do this? I'll just put click that buy button and I'll drop it right there. Well, rum is definitely on, rumbling higher here, guys. So it's taken out that high of yesterday now. Almost, sorry, almost. In fact, it just did. Now, I haven't talked about practicing trading, and I want to do that before I take my break. Very important. Even here, I mean, I know a lot of people might look at these races and say, well, I don't really know if it's for me. That's fine. I'm sold. I mean, I'm totally sold. I've eliminated virtually every other alert window that I used to have. Now, granted, it's a little more difficult because of what the market's doing, but nonetheless, but you can always practice trading. Okay. If you're new to trading, number one, before you start trading using real money, practice trading. Our simulator is very simple to use and it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. If you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be going forward, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. All you need is our standard service. I just dropped a Brokerage Plus link in. There are two videos there. There's a short video. The short video shows you, if you do happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, yes. If you don't have an E-Trade account or IB Interactive Brokers account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Okay, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Yeah, so Kishore, this is an upcoming build. I'm hoping that what's the day today? Thursday. Hopefully by next week. Okay. The question in our YouTube room was the way my stocks are moving up and down in the leaderboard is way smoother. Okay, than the old version. If I did this and didn't use the browser interface, then that is more that herky jerky motion. Okay, and you don't have that option yet. Use browser interface. You don't have that option yet. Stop the race. Okay, but that is in an upcoming build, and it should be really soon. The fact that I have this option right now, and that is why pretty soon this should be available on the web-based version of Trade Ideas, because that's what the web-based version is. Of course, it's in a browser. Okay. I just can't tell you when. I mean, they're still having to make sure that there are no bugs. But I've been using this now for what, about a couple of weeks, and I haven't seen any issues. Oh, absolutely. It looks way better. Way better. So using the simulator uses our real-time data. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. And you may have been noticing that I've been able to click on a buy button. Okay, the buy button. Now, if you have a version of Trade Ideas in which your buy button is grayed out, then make sure you're on a later version. Go to our homepage. I would download the latest beta. If you go to our homepage, just download the latest beta. Let me give you my link. Okay, so if you go, I think I put two links in. Well, it's okay. Just click on my homepage link, and when you do, and scroll to the top, and where it says download, click on download. So if you don't, I mean, you should have at least this version, but I would scroll down, 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 down. Get the beta. The beta's fine. Okay. And never have to worry. I mean, we get a question quite a bit. I mean, if you download any version of Trade Ideas, as we always have updated versions, usually every couple of weeks, don't have to worry about losing your work. Okay. First of all, save everything to the cloud, number one. Okay. You'll never lose anything if you save everything to the cloud. Individual scans you may have created, layouts that you created, save everything to the cloud. So you don't have to worry about, well, what happens if I download a later version? Will all my work go? No. Or just it will be deleted? No. So download the latest version, and then you will have access to the buy button. Ungrade. Because what we've done is we're trying to make it easier, especially for new people, okay? Because in the past, we made you go to the strategies, assign one of your strategies or one of the ones that we have as default, or create your own strategy, assign it to the buy button, but create the strategy, on and on and on and on. I mean, people were getting too confused by it all. So what we did was we said, why don't we just create, and I hate to call it a strategy, a setup. So when you click on the buy button, what it'll do, it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at whatever price you set it at. And that's what happened here. I set it at because the price was underneath 12.94. Okay, the price was under 12.94. I set it above and it took the trade. Obviously that worked out well. And it puts the stop at the low of the day. Now you don't have to do that. Of course, what I would do is I would move that stop up. It's just an easy way though to get into a trade, to practice trading, okay? And of course, down the road, you can adjust that. If you said, well, you know what, I don't like that stop. Maybe I want to use a different type of a stop. Maybe I don't want to buy $5,000 worth. Maybe I want to buy 2,000. Maybe, things that maybe I want to base it on a stop loss, things like that. That's a lot more involved. And for new people, we don't want to confuse them. Okay. So we thought, why don't we just create something nice and easy? You click that buy button, you can get into a trade. But that's why you've got to practice trading. Until you can make money in a simulator, please do not try to trade with your like a live account. I love you, real. That little in brackets 10 SMA was just for me, right? So yeah, so you mean how it handled it on popping into it and then not getting through it? Okay, so Nick, and welcome to the room, by the way. All the scans, I'm sharing all my scans, okay? So here's my homepage link. I don't know why it's, okay, just give me a moment. I'm accidentally copying a couple of things. Okay, there's my homepage link. I just posted it in the room. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Go to the scan section right here. You click here on the scan section, and here are the two races that you see. These two races. One, this is a more volatile type race, and this is a little, well, less volatile because these are larger cap stocks. Okay, so, but here are the two races. I'm also sharing some other scans here. I should add reels, especially if we're going to have this market for a while. Should add his short scan. Maybe do that over the weekend if I can remember to do it. See, I have to ask somebody to do it for me. It's not that I can do it myself. They won't let me because it's sort of the base. It's a little involved, but I mean they don't want other people. They want just the developers to be able to do stuff like this. But anyway, I'll probably add it. But here are the scans that I am sharing. Okay, does that answer your question? So yeah, guys, save my link. Save my link. You can look at my scans. You can look at the education section. You can take a look at if you ever wanted to take advantage of that 17 months for 12, you might have a monthly subscription right now, and you want to take advantage of that 17 months for 12, basically 5 months free plus 25% off. You can always do that. I can give it a new name. I want to accredit it to you though. What would you suggest? I know it was kind of cute what you did, but maybe you don't want that. You don't want to be cute, so okay. So you'll notice I've got, so when I add this, you know, it'll always be referenced to real. And I had that other scan, and you notice Zach's bouncers and toppers. Zach is another, poster in the room, and he created this one. Okay, real short Momo. Okay, yep. I don't want to do it now because, as you know, what happens in the minute I make any change, I'm going to lose everything that happened before. So I'll do it at the end of when the market closes. Real short Momo. Okay. And with any scan, guys, my scans or any of the scans that are in our toolbar, you want to see what it's looking for. You just have to right click and click on configure and then click on summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So for instance, now, I think I may have made an adjustment. I don't know what Real's price range was before, but I changed this to 10. I don't know if I don't know what your price range was, but 10 and 60. I know I made a change here. I think you had two candles in a row. I changed it to, I just wanted to, I was just getting too many alerts. So I changed it to 3. I think I made another slight change here, but this is what it's looking for. So of course you can customize it. You might want a different price range. You might want a different minimum volume, things like that. You just have to go and click on the icon and you'll see here are the values here, and you can make a change and then save it, say okay. And then, so all my scans, you can make changes. In fact, at the marketing meeting today, I'm going to ask about, this new build that has, oh, well, the build, when it will be available to everybody. So you get the smoother look of the races. And it is Steve, yes. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in about less than 10 minutes anyway. Yeah, it's quite a comeback now for the SPY so far. Yeah, so the changes SX. So I mean, you can of course have them. So you could take a look. If you again, if you load these two, you take them. Then all you have to do is once they're up and running, just right click and open the top list, and it'll show you exactly what the race is based on. Okay. So all I did was I took this top list and I added minimum of 500 million market cap and a minimum of 50 million in the float. Okay, so you're not going to get the as wild of moves as you get here. Okay, so that's the only difference. So I took this top list and then I added a market cap. Well, I don't have to. I'll just show you. So right now, this top list is pretty basic. Just looking for stocks between 1 and 50, minimum 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from the previous close. Okay, that's what that top list is based on. Here, or that race is based on. This one, I'll open the top list. So I upped the minimum volume to 500,000 shares. I created a slightly different price range, 10 and 50. 2% from the close is the same, but these are the key ones. $500,000 or $500 million market cap and at least 50 million in the float. So that's why you don't have as many, number one, but you will not get, usually, you're not going to see things that are moving 10, 20% where you could see them in here. Okay, so that's the main difference, just market cap and float. So again, any race you see, you go to our toolbar, our channel bar. We have a lot of other races. I think virtually here's a race here. Based on winner since open, who's moving now, increasing relative volume. Okay, but if you want to see what it's looking for, just right click, open the top list, and you'll see. And then click on it, configure and summary. I'm going through this pretty rapidly, but that's the basis. To be able to see what any scan is looking for, you just right click, configure, summary. Tells you exactly what it's looking for. But again, you don't have to have this open. No point really having it open. It depends on your screen space. Well, even if you have screen space, there's no point in having it open. It would be a distraction, in my opinion. Just let the races tell you what's moving. Yeah, now I will caution you, Kishore. Yes, you can have the watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to open the single stock window. The question is, can I have the news open on its own? Okay, so right here, here's a single stock window. If I duplicate it and then click on news, okay? So any one of these, well, you're always going to have these tabs up here, but you just, if that's what you mean. So now when I click on any symbol, the news will appear here. I just clicked on EdZRE. So here's the detail and here's the news. Is that what you meant? Yeah, it is from the single stock window. Yes. Now our news is being reworked because, in fact, I'm going to ask that question. I'm going to remind myself all the questions I want to ask in the marketing meeting at 2 p.m. I'm anticipating Steve will be in our YouTube room pretty soon here. Let me get rid of these. Okay, I can't remember if I actually put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over, Steve will be in our YouTube room in minutes. When I take my break, you can listen to Steve talk for an hour. He's a different trader from me, of course. That's really the beauty of having the YouTube room. Between 12 and 1, you have different traders. I'm the active trader at Trade Ideas for sure. And if Steve calls me a scalper, I know you just showed up, Steve.
Hello. I know you heard the signal, the bat signal.
Goodness. So you want to take over right now, or do you want to wait?
Doesn't matter to me. I mean, I've got that developers meeting. Today's my marathon day, hour after
Okay.
hour after hour on my calendar. So, yeah, just come back a
Well,
little early and All will be
10-2, does
good.
that work? 10-2
Perfect.
or
Yeah.
5-2 or?
Anywhere in between.
Okay. Okay, I'll let you go now, and I'll make sure people go. They've got the link now, so they can head over and listen to you for your 50 minutes, I guess.
Yeah. Let me make sure I don't think I'm showing my screen, so let me definitely
You
do
are not
that.
showing your screen yet. No.
Yeah, hold on a sec.
I'm talking to
And
Steve, by the way, in the main room. I'm talking to Steve. He's in YouTube now. He's just preparing his screen to show.
there we go.
Okay. Okay, I'll mute myself right now, Steve.
See you soon. I'll try not to call you a scalper in my rants. He went on mute quick. All right. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hello, Rajiv. How are you? I'm good. I'm very good. I'm weathering all this well, and I'm going to be happy to go over like what I'm in and how I've played the last few days and all that as a swing trader. Hello, Kishore. Barry is a closet. I'm not even going to say it. Hang on one second here. Let me tell everybody that I'm unavailable here for the back channels. All right, one more here. All right, happy Thursday. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I'll click the like button. Why not? I can click my own like button on the YouTube. So, I think people kind of, I'll look at that. Hoppy Toad, I think as people start to file in here for the noon segment, let's start off with Hoppy Toad's request, and then I'll talk to you about what I think's going on out there, what my opinion is, and how I'm handling these last few days. Can you look at SLCR? Oh, this tells me it was a SPAC, or is a SPAC, that $10 level, broke down. Silvercrest Acquisition, financial vehicle. So I'm just going through here, see who they are. Finance, blank check company, which is the SPAC. So SPACs are always tough, and it's going to dovetail perfectly with what I'm going to talk about here in my position in RUM. I'm going to walk you through how I was in the SPAC of CFVI, held through into RUM, and how I've traded it since. But technically speaking, this is what you've got going for you. You've got today's moving average holding this little pop on volume, so you've got a nice little consolidation. Ideally, it needs to do that. If it doesn't do that, then we're just going to be back into who knows whatville with these SPACs. On the bigger picture, it's slammed into the 200 and is now being held under by the 50. So it's technically still really under some pressure here on the daily. And so we're kind of at an inflection point here when we zoom in on the 15. If it were me, I would just key off this next candle and make sure these candles keep closing above this 15-minute line right there. All right. Yes, thank you, Rajiv. I wish more people knew about us. We've been working with Trader TV. It's not something I have on, but it's a very popular YouTube live stream. I'm sure some of you know about it. And if you don't know, Michael Noss from Trade Ideas shows up every, what would it be, 8:45 Eastern on Trader TV, and gives some really good wisdom, drops some good advice, and they're really liking him over there. We're cultivating a great relationship with Trader TV. So ideally, that's going to help bring more eyeballs to what we do here during the midday. What do we got? 67 watching now. I mean, I'm surprised there's not more. We're always kind of stuck at that number. Backing tracking here. Okay, Mike, thank you. Happy. Do you think food plays are good for swings with food shortage talks? Well, depends on what you mean. I was into some agriculture plays for a while, but they failed me. You could look at wheat, just as a kind of a weird ETF. Wheat food play. So good question. Look at this. This is when I was saying those agriculturals were failing me, but now maybe, just maybe, we're starting to get a really nice long saucer bottom base here. It looks pretty good. Um, and we can look at some other ideas if you want to throw some out there, like Conagra or retail, grocery, agriculture. Just depends, Monsanto and those garbage. But technically, this is what we got. So I would keep an eye on this 200-day, and I'm just going to go ahead and do this right now because you guys give me some good ideas sometimes. I'm going to just pop a little price alert above that level, and if it goes off, I will evaluate something like this, which tries to mimic this ETF, whatever it is, tries to mimic futures contracts of wheat. As far as other ones, you could give me some names and we could look at them individually. Trader TV, Rajiv, just search YouTube Trader TV Live. Okay, pre-market, they've got like 7, 8, 9,000 people watching, and it's almost like a studio version of CNBC, but for traders. Just smart guys that are bringing on good guests. They're watching charts. They've got a producer. They've got a good production over there. So yeah, check them out. So yeah, just search. You'll see it. And then once you watch one version or one episode of Trader TV Live, every time you log into your YouTube dashboard, the algorithm knows, hey, you want to watch this? I mean, that's just how watching content is getting these days. The AI follows you and knows what you watched last, and it serves it right back up to you. So it becomes easy to find. Benson, L. Benson, what we watch window automatically refreshed. I rarely see anything in there. Great. The reason you haven't seen anything in there is for a very good reason. Let's get into it. Market is garbage. The market is crap. What we're watching is a long only idea channel, and we have no long ideas because the market is crap. It's not a good looking sign here. For those of you that follow me, I was taking some stabs at some longs, but then as soon as the market really started to just break down here and this 10 SMA came into play, I was thinning out of longs, and I don't have much going on right now. There's only 3 things that I have going on. Let's look at the SPY real quick as well. So I've got this price alert down here. It's a foregone conclusion to me that we're going to go test these levels. So really interesting day yesterday. Typical Fed day. It's not a Fed day until you make a new high and a new low post 2 o'clock Eastern, and we did that. But some of you may know that I've been, especially when I talked to my Tuesday evening webinar, that I've been pretty bearish, full on bearish, not bullish at all, not even cautious, just full on bearish, which means I don't have any longs except for one, which we'll discuss. Long story short, I was in SQQ for a while, and then yesterday I kind of thinned out a little bit here before the Fed came out, and then this craziness happened. I wound up getting out of SQQ, and I entered SPXS. So I kind of switched vehicles midday yesterday. So I'm short the SPY via SPXS. So the SPY is down. What do we got? 0.73. All right. SPXS should be up 1.4. Let's see. SPXS. It'd be a triple. So I sucked at math. I always sucked at math. So the point is, whatever the S&P SPY goes down, the SPXS will go up 3 times as fast. It'll also go down 3 times as fast. So it's a very volatile trading vehicle that I like to use to lean on the market and short the market. I've got 2 accounts that I trade in. One is, thank God, my 401k. Trade Ideas has a 401k plan, and 8 years into it, and 2 years ago, they allowed us to start trading our own 401k. It's called a self-directed 401k. If you have one, you should ask your financial director if you have access to a self-directed 401k, meaning the account changes and the money's there and you trade. Problem is you cannot go short anything, and you cannot purchase these inverse triple ETFs. So whoever invented the 401k will not allow you to short the market by any means possible. So I'm so glad that I was able to trade my own account during this year. It's up, it's not up much, maybe 10%, but boy, I'll take that over sitting in mutual funds any day of the week. But the other account I trade in is probably up like 45% because I'm able to make these types of plays. All right. So I can't do it in both accounts. I can only do it in one account. So this is one of my 3 holdings right now, SPXS, 4 holdings actually. Let's get into silver. I just feel like there's not a single good chart that I can find out there. And we're so close to some financial craziness here that anything can happen at any time. Forget gold. Let's look at gold. Gold is down. It's ugly, downtrend, lower lows, below its 10 SMA. But silver, and I use the PSLV because it's a better fund, just the opposite. It's above its moving averages. It's sitting here and coiling above its 50 that's starting to turn. The 20 is starting to turn. And the 10 SMA is actually supporting the price. So I'm seeing a slow migrational shift over into silver as an asset. Slow grind out of equities and maybe some asset allocations into precious metals to fight the inflation that we all know is here. And for whatever reason, I won't get into that. That's a whole other topic I can get into, is why is SLV and GLD down so much when everybody expected them? Well, SLV is nothing but a paper contract based on the COMEX futures. COMEX futures are manipulated, but even more so, the SLV paper, it's naked shorting. It's created out of thin air. JP Morgan's been slapped on the wrist for it. Bank of America has been doing it. At some point, there's going to be a day of reckoning where there's not as much silver available as they say there is on paper. Another thing, if you're interested in this topic, is just go ahead and do some research on what it costs to buy a silver coin online versus the futures spot price. They're running out of physical. The physical is being drained month after month. Physical silver and gold is being just bought and put into people's vaults. This paper product is crap. SLV is crap. However, PSLV is not. PSLV is constantly audited. They can account for every single ounce that they're showing here in their vault. So just a little backstory on that. So I'm long PSLV, and I'm also so bullish on silver that I did something a little crazy yesterday. I decided to buy a triple long ETF in silver. Actually, it's a double. ProShares Ultra. So let's see. SLV is down 0.39. So it's down on the day. AGQ is down 1.17. Well, maybe it is a triple. You're darn close to a triple. Anyway, so I'm long AGQ, but this is a nasty little ETF. It could move very quickly, but this is a chart that's really got my attention. Again, same thing as silver. It's basing and holding above its moving averages. This to me is just telling me something's bubbling under the surface here. Definitely not in gold, but in silver, people are seeing some value here all of a sudden. So I'm long AGQ, I'm long PSLV, and I'm long the SPXS, which is, as I said, short the market. Let's check what the SPYs are doing here. SPYs are under pressure. For those that know me, the moving average dictates what's going on in the moment here. So this moving average is having a hard time being busted back to the upside. So all those wicks, there's sellers stepping in here pretty big. All right, it's not really bullish. I think the market was expecting more dovish talk from the Fed chief yesterday, but he didn't relent. He said we're still gonna be tight. So those are 3 positions. The last one is rum. And let me just make sure I'm not missing any questions over here today, because I know I've been rambling a little bit. Perfect circle. Yeah, I'm kind of touching on that. I think a bounce might be coming at some point, but probably that line. How long do you keep the 3 times ETFs? Not very long, because there's lots of decay, as you're aware, L. Benson. As long as the price is moving in my direction, I'm going to hold it. But if I become a hoper and the price starts to look suspect, I'm not going to stick around and let that decay, that overnight decay, hurt me. It's a great question. I don't like to be in these triples very long. I like to try and time them and then ride them and then fade out of them. All right. let's see. All right, I'll look at a stock here real quick. You want to look at NVIDIA and Starbucks? I can do that, and I'll give you my opinion. NVIDIA, once darling, especially during the Bitcoin mining. This is what they call the other side of the mountain. I mean, as you can see here, these are two different environments. Just buy the dip, buy the dip. It's the greatest thing ever. Honey, buy that second house on the lake. We're going to be rich. And then, oh, well, it's probably a bounce. Okay, it's going to hold here, but not good. I mean, this is a classic case of a parabolic bubble and a break. Plain and simple. It's a parabolic. It's the downside of what happens when you keep chasing parabolic stocks and keep buying higher and higher once they've already. Parabolic is this. Price can only do that for so long before it has to correct. And that's what happened in NVIDIA. So that's the bigger picture. You're asking about now. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good on the intraday. There's that moving average I just showed you on the 15-minute. Nailing down the price level. That's not bullish at the moment. That's very bearish. And then same thing yesterday. A big head fake after the Fed. And now it's making new lows. Very weak. The stock has nothing going for it. I hate to say, but that's my honest opinion. The other one you wanted was Starbucks. Let's see how Starbucks is looking. Hold on, my system froze up here. Give me a second. I'll do one more. There we go. Starbucks, a better trend, basing, but it got hung up at the 200-day, claimed it, and then gave it back. So Starbucks doesn't look great either. You know, if you're looking at profitable or balance sheet or EPS or stuff like that, that doesn't concern me. I let the price of the stock and the footprints in the sand tell me what's really going on. And as far as NVIDIA goes, that's a pretty ugly chart. L. Benson, you got some AG and SVM a few minutes ago for, okay, I haven't looked at SVM for a while. SVM is definitely under pressure because it's under that 50, and AG, again, these are individual names. So I've looked at these, but I passed on them because of the way they look. The AG is breaking its 50 right here. But for the moment, you know, the actual commodity PSOV is still holding up. What's Pan American is usually a really good bellwether, and that one's even under the 50. So it's weird. The individual mining stocks are still struggling. However, PSLV, the commodity itself, I mean, you guys can see that it's holding technically much better. So there's some divergence going on there between the miners and the actual paper price. And then, of course, as I mentioned, the physical is being drawn down incredibly. All right, I think I caught up on some questions here because I'm going to talk about. Yeah, sorry if I rain on your parade for NVIDIA, but that's just what I see for now. Let's go back to that for a moment and try and give the good side. What would make NVIDIA good? Well, first step is getting back above this moving average and posting a green candle above that. And then you've got this hurdle. So you're going to have to start moving back up and posting closes above the 10, step one, and then the 20, step two. If you can do that, then it will show that NVIDIA is actually starting to turn around. Now, it's quite possible that we're right here in this moment. The algorithms are driving below that recent low right there. Okay, so we're below that recent low, and there's probably a lot of stops that were run down there because everybody looked at this low right here and said, I got to get out at 126. And so today we kind of ran those stops right here at 126, flushed them. And the first step is to get right back above there. So I'm just saying what's happened in the rearview mirror. I can't tell you that it's going to turn around and be an incredible stock tomorrow. It's just what it's showing me now. It's definitely guilty until proven innocent. Okay, weekly chart. Yeah, let's look at the weekly chart. That's not a bad idea, Mike. I like that. Let's look at the weekly and see what we get there. So we have something that gives us a little hope at the 200-week moving average. So here we are trying to run the stops, take out lows. If we do get an early reversal here, this might not be a bad place to enter. Thank you for reminding me about the weekly. Look at how it held the weekly way back here. So again, I didn't want to just say take your eye off of it. keep your eye on it. And the weekly chart is a great idea. Thanks for the reminder. But here's what I would probably do. If I wanted to keep my eye on this thing, it needs to start showing me something on the daily. So I'm going to look at that pivot level right there that's above the moving average, and I'll go ahead and I'll set a price alert. And that's what I would suggest somebody do if they're following along here and they want to maybe play that. If you buy it here, you're just, you could, but you better have a tight stop to get out because you just don't want to break that. For me, I'd rather wait for consolidation and confirmation of that blue line being taken out. I mean, think about all the people who were buying back here at 300. They would love to have this price down here. But for the moment, the daily chart still looks sick, but a close and a push above that blue line I just set would be the beginning of maybe a spark. Got to give the other side. All right, so let's get back to my final position, which is a great example of the SPAC. So I'm going to start. This was, I know Barry was watching this one for some momentum plays, but I'm all in on this. This is the only stock I own. I'm not going to trade it. I'm not going to swing it. I'm going to own it because it's Rumble and it's doing things. I've been doing research, and Gen Z is flocking to this company. They were at 30 million in June. Now they're up to almost 65 million here. It's growing tremendously, and the reason is because they are a pure free speech platform, and that's the reason I'm all in. Free speech is definitely under attack, the First Amendment, and that's not good. So Rumble recognizes that, and their staff and their CEOs are all in on not deplatforming people. I mean, think about all the content creators out there who are just sick and tired of being deplatformed because they said the wrong thing. So I think there's a tremendous upside. That's the story. But for me, right, does the chart confirm the story? So there's a lot to talk about here. I've been in this since the SPAC, and I'm well aware that SPACs are usually deadwood. But I noticed, I had traded around it before with the Joe Rogan news and things like that, but just got out of it. I just waited until it showed me something. But then I noticed here, and I noticed that little flag and that little push. And then I missed out on this day. I said, oh, something's going on over there. So I waited and waited and waited. And this particular day right here, that candle, that was a big reversal candle. So I bought the close here right around 12. Sat through all of this because I wanted to wait and see what would happen when it went public. And even in the back of my mind, I know that such SPACs that go public, they can have one day and then maybe the next day might crap. So CFVI in my 12 position on Monday turned into Rumble. So this was a wonderful move here, and it was almost uncomfortably wonderful. So I took, a good chunk off just to try and lock in some profits because I thought, well, the next day, plus people couldn't sell this day. I didn't even have it on my screen. I couldn't sell it because I didn't have it. So there were no sellers. So Andy and I said, we better take a good chunk off the table here because tomorrow the sellers might show up. And they did. And they came down, and this was my flat right here at 12. And I knew that once this red candle came in and the shorts attacked it, that the following day, if it continued to do so, that it would definitely attempt to run the stops at 12. I got up and I took a walk. I didn't even watch it, but when I came back, it had spiked back through. So let's go intraday now. So there's the running of the stops yesterday on my 15-minute candle. And then it rolled over and it closed on lows. Well, not cool. Again, this was Fed day yesterday, and I had still more of this than I really wanted. So I sold a little bit at the close yesterday, and then I saw a gap up today. I saw them ringing the bell. I saw interviews and a lot of exposure. So I waited. I actually bought the same shares back this morning that I sold yesterday. So I'm in a 15% account position that I'm just going to let sit and run. I'll take some off maybe along the way if it does go. Hopefully it could take a week, could take a year. I don't know. But, I was in a 20% position on day one and I had to thin some of that out and then bought, some back. So now I'm in about a 15% position of Rumble. And I'm not trading this. I'm not swinging it. I'm just going to, I believe in the story. So hopefully, as far as the daily chart goes, hopefully that was the worst of it. If this one survives, it's going to be, one of 10% of companies that comes out of SPAC, goes public, and actually moves higher. I believe this is probably going to be one of them. That's just my opinion. But I just like what I see both on the due diligence side, the growth side, and I feel like now the craziness is over. Everybody was waiting for what's going to happen when CFVI becomes public RUM. What's going to happen? Well, we had it. I think the worst, I'm hoping the worst is behind us here. And that opening 12, it's almost the low of 12. It was just begging to be tested by the shorts, and they did. So now we've got a short compilation of shorts. How are they going to feel if this thing starts to trade up to 14? You see I've got a price alert there at 14. Just out of curiosity, if I was short this thing, I probably wouldn't want to see this thing getting back above 14. So could be a short squeeze in the making, but that's it for me. That's all I've got in this current market. I'm short SPY, and I have no problem with it reversing today. If it wants to come back up and congest, that's fine. I'm going to wait and see what happens when this moving average comes down. But I'm not bullish on the economy. I'm not bullish on stocks. I'm moving into precious metals, as you saw. This one is a bit sketchy, the AGQ. If it doesn't do anything today, I'll probably take half off because, as we discussed earlier with, who was it? L. Benson. We don't want to sit in these leveraged ETFs for too long. They need to be in motion. Man, I'm just loving this. I'm just loving this setup here. That's all I got to say. And with the market falling apart and asset managers and people looking for a safe haven, this could be the early beginnings of that. So I'm not thinking about equities except for that rum stock, and I'm using the SPXS as my vehicle to short the market. So I'm in the money. I'm just going to let this trend hopefully continue, and of course the silver, which we'll look at again there. All right, so that's kind of what the update that I'm doing and what I'm thinking about the market. I'm not looking to buy dips. I'm sure some people are. That NVIDIA dip, I'm not going to poo-poo it at all. It very well could be, something to buy. Let's check in on that. Again, the first thing that needs to happen here would be, is this intraday candle going to break back above this momentum? And if it does, if there's something I really want, I really believe in, and I know people believe in the company, maybe this is a safe place to nibble, because if you're wrong, at least you know where your out is. Okay, so I didn't mean to talk anybody out of that trade. There's always a way to play it. You just got to have a plan, and you got to have an out. Yeah, that's another reason I like it, Peter Thiel Company. It's also Howard Lutnick. He lost most of his company, Cantor Fitzgerald, in the 9/11 tower. He's pretty fired up about free speech, and I love the way the CEO interviews. He seems like he's on a mission, and he owns 85% controlling interest, so nobody's going to go in there and push him around. All right. Rajiv. Remember, this is Steve. I know Chris is in here every day almost, but yeah, this is my one and only. How many stocks do you have in your watch list, and how many stock charts do you go through each day, and how? Well, you saw what I did earlier, and it's still on my chart here in NVIDIA. Throughout the day, I might go through and just create a ton of price alerts. I've got price alerts going off all the time, and they're there for a reason. I need to kind of thin these out. There's probably way too many. So these are all still working. These are ideas. So just things I want to know about when they happen. I've gone through them either in public, or I saw them on a chart. Somebody brought it to my attention. This is my watch list over here. Stuff, I was watching. I thought Ape might have had a shot here last week. Look at this. I was long Ape. I like the way it closed above that 10 SMA. Watched it. Nope. It wants to give away its 10 SMA. I want no part of it. I saved all that anguish. And a matter of fact, I might even just take it off my watch list, which, by the way, would be done by clicking the heart symbol on my chart there. It doesn't feel right. There we go. So this is my main watch list. Anything that has a heart checked on the chart is going to be on here. So you can see there's rum. Just pulling back now. And me, of course, I don't care about this pullback because I'm investing in this company. I'm not swinging it. I'd like to see it hold that 10 SMA right there. I'd like to see it hold above 12. If it doesn't, then I might have to thin out of some more, but I'm reloaded and I'm going to see if this thing can go. What I'm not going to do is just ride this thing down. So if it wants to go back below 12, I'm not going to sit through a lot of that. All right, let's catch you. So how many stocks? I had to clean this watch list out, Rajiv. There was way too many. I didn't like having to scroll through. Ideally, I'd like to have this thing full so I can just see a heat map from green to red of all the stocks I'm interested in. So I might add a few more. Let's add NVIDIA. Why not? So go ahead and put a heart on that. And now NVIDIA, if the market does want to turn, if this does want to, break through, I'll keep an eye on it. The races, I might go through the races, but technically this is kind of my swing watch list over here. So, I mean, unless I really fall in love with something and take it home overnight, that's a funny way to put it. It'll be on this list. But if I'm just day trading or trying to scalp something, I'm not going to put it on that list. It's going to be it's going to be on my profit and loss. Let's go through a couple of these AMPX and see how they look. So no problem, Rajiv. We have a lot of people here. It's funny you say Chris too. I saw an old friend from high school, and we're on Facebook, and he was a mechanic, and I was saying hi, and we were catching up, and he kept calling me Chris. I didn't correct him. For those of you who know and follow me, if we're going to play the intraday stuff, which is what these races are. This is the intraday action here. This is the high-powered, quick hit, quick, get out. A lot of these don't last all day. They're usually morning darlings, and by the end of the day, they're doing what Ampex is doing here. Look, there's my signal candle. So if I was long this thing, even if I had bought yesterday and took it in today, stay in, stay in, stay in. Ideally, in hindsight, I would have sold some as it really started to take off, maybe a third. But this is my secret method to getting out before the rest of the people and before continued pain is delivered. And it works many more times than it doesn't. And that is, again, this. This is the first closing candle. Again, closing candle, not a wick, not a trade, but a closing 15-minute candle below the rising 10 SMA. Once I see that, momentum's dead. There's no point in hoping it'll come back. Sometimes they do, but I don't know, 70%, 75% of the time they don't. And that first closing red candle saved me so much agony, time, emotional capital, physical, real financial capital. It just tells me if you were playing this thing and you wanted to do a short-term momentum, the momentum died right there. And sometimes people don't see that, and they just keep hoping and hoping, but by the end of the day, it just kind of bleeds. And again, I'll say it, these races are typical examples of that. They can be strong in the morning, and they can give it up by lunchtime. So let's look at what else is going on here. SPRO, signal candle right there, all right? Not only, it looks like, was this an AI trade as well? I don't think so. Yeah, it was. That's PRO. That's why the reward and risk is on there. So one trade, SPRO, you probably do not want to be using this anymore. You forget that. This is where the AI does not really work well. The AI just has a random stop. Your stop should be this candle right here. So if you were in this, there's no point in being in it anymore as far as I'm concerned. I would, if it was me, I'd be getting out because the momentum died right there with that candle. I saw one a second ago, but I'm just going to go down the list here. Sometimes you'll have some quick run. It was SCS. What was that doing? Not a great daily chart, but it's climbing and holding its moving average. It was winning a race a minute ago. But these are the winners for the day. SAVA, still in play. So if you're in Sava, ideally in hindsight, I like to sell. Look how extended it gets right there. When you really get that extended and people are really chasing it, rather than standing up and putting your arms up in victory, you should maybe selling a third and putting a limit order out there. I'm telling you, there's no better feeling as a trader, especially a momentum trader, is to be positioned in the one, sit through a pullback, and then it screams to new highs. It's just lighting up everybody. The shorts are squeezing. Everybody's chasing it. And you've already quietly put a limit order out there. and they run up and trade through you and you get your price and then it reverses back down. It's a great feeling. Let's see. Let's go down and look at some more of these. That's what we were doing. Okay, so beat was holding really nicely here. I think it should have went right about there, but it didn't. We're not looking good here. Just kind of rolling through that moving average. So again, these are short-lived ideas, you guys. There's a real sweet spot in the day. That's I don't know what that is. There's a real sweet spot in the day, maybe half an hour after the open and then into lunchtime. That's where most of the momentum occurs. And then people start to get nervous and start to take money off the table. KOLD, here's a nice one. If you saw this one early and you liked it, there's no reason to get out of this one yet. Hopefully, maybe you sold a third along the way as it made new highs. So you feel, again, why I do that and why people should do that is trading is a very emotional check for people. Emotions can come into play real quick. And when you're under pressure or duress or fear, you make bad decisions. So sometimes when you get that price move, and I was talking about a blast up through highs and you take off a third and they hit you at your price, that literally wipes clean kind of that fear and angst because you've locked it in. Again, we all know the fear because we're wired to fear that the money we see on that P&L is going to go down. So we want to take it before it goes down, when in reality, we should be fearing that we're in a good trade like this KOLD and we're getting out too soon. That's what we should be fearing, because you need these big trades to make up for the bad paper cuts that don't work. So if you're constantly making your decision of, oh my God, it's up $500, I've got to sell it before it goes down to 400, I just can't live with myself. No, you should be selling a new high and take a third off and then letting that other $350 see if it can work. And when you do that 1/3 off the table or even 1/2, it makes it so much more mentally less stress, less angst to continue to hold on to good stocks, because that's our number one problem is we get out of good stocks too soon. A lot of people do. So moving slow. All right, no questions still. So let's keep going down here and looking at some of these names that have come through. All right, there's signal candle. That one broke right there, and it's going lower. Beautiful, beautiful move. And Albo pulled back and held the test so easily. If you were in this stock, if this candle would have closed like that, you'd have said, "Up, momentum's dead." But it didn't. It held my line. And now it's moving back to highs. So, I mean, if you were in some of this, here's what I would do. I'm looking left, and I'm seeing that 50 right there. Stocks sometimes, because they're driven by algos, they get on a mission. And I'm convinced that certain key moving averages are key inputs and waypoints and targets for these algorithms, if, then, when, reverse, reach. So a target for many algos, in my opinion, is a 50-day moving average. So if this thing wants to hold up here and give us one more little blast, I would probably already be offering half right here, just under the 50 at, I would call it 2040. So if I was lucky enough to be in this trade and holding it and doing all the right things and using my method to not get out too soon, I'd be saying, well, the upside's getting limited here. It is middle of lunchtime. One more push here, and I want to be waiting to sell half right there at 2040. That's how I manage these types of winning positions. Nothing over there. Let's race over here. Yeah, we saw that one signal candle get out. Signal candle, still choppy. Beat, signal candle, moving over. We have some of the same names here. I don't think we saw this one. Okay, here's another perfect example. So here's this USEA. Boom, look, it just went to highs. I'd be selling right here. I'd be selling half right here. Because, why? Because the 50, the algorithms are seeing that it's blasting right into the 50. Somebody remind me, let's look at this before I leave, USEA, and let's see if the sellers jumped in at the 50 and it's back below 191, 192 before I leave. Okay, there's my wheat. Oh, okay, this could get interesting here. Look at wheat just came alive. I might have to keep an eye on this one. I'm going to put this on my watch list. So there's my heart. I'm not going to chase this stick, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this moving average down here, maybe on a little pullback closer to my 10 SMA. Later in the day, I might get a little spot where I might nibble a third or maybe even a half, because I do like the story, and thank you for whoever reminded me of the food and brought that up, because I've been kind of keeping an eye on this thing. These strong, long basing patterns, they can have a lot behind them. So as I said earlier, if you missed it, I'm waiting to see if we can get a close above the 200. Look what happened yesterday. It tried to get above the 200 and it was rejected. But if the buyers come in today and they hold a close above the 200, that's kind of a shot across the bow. So, I might nibble on some of this if it gets a little pullback intraday. I'll pull that back a little bit more. So thank you for showing that. There have been many times, guys, where I've been doing these webinars and you guys pull up a stock and I wind up putting an alert in it. And sometimes I might take them, sometimes I might not. But I am intrigued by this because there is a story there. But I have to have the chart confirm the story. I mean, the same story was going on here. All we were talking about was food and inflation and prices. But look, the chart didn't care what we thought or what was going on. We have to base our decisions on what is the market telling us. The market doesn't care if you're early or not. If you saw The Big Short, Michael Burry learned real quick how you can be too smart too early. He spent 2 years waiting for that short, or a year, whatever it was, for his Big Short to get paid off. Just because he knew what was right. I mean, he was a savant, so he was way ahead of everybody. You have to wait for the market to figure it out. I saw, okay, IWM, more pressure on low floats. Well, the IWM is it's low market cap, and I noticed yesterday it was extremely weak. So the small caps, they're being thrown out left and right. IWM is down 2.18%. NASDAQ is down 1. S&P is down 0.6. So continued weakness from yesterday. People are like I was doing. They're looking at the market going, now you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. Forget your story, you're gone. You can't get out of your own way, you're gone. And it's usually those smaller market cap stocks where people are ditching first. They don't want to get rid of their Tesla or their Amazon or whatnot. So I think that's what's happening in the IWM. It's not so much a low float, Teddy. It's a low market cap. However, you're right. A lot of the low market caps do tend to have lower float. But in this case, I think it's the market cap that's hurting them. People are getting rid of, they're tending and weeding their gardens right now because they're realizing they're late to the sell party and they're getting hurt. And they're looking at their portfolio and they're just going, you're gone. And those are probably the low market cap, junky ones where they're waiting for that story and that PR to come, but it never came. What do I think of Humana? Let's take a look. Healthcare. So let's go to XLV, top-down approach. XLV Healthcare, very much under pressure. Humana, very much, very strong in the face of the sector weakness. Nothing really I can say bad about this stock. Apparently they're doing something right. I know the guy who is like one of their IT guys who lives here in San Diego. But that's a strong chart for whatever reason. It got ahead of itself. 2 days of sell-off. Look at how it just bounced into this triple convergence of moving averages. I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, all of them in the same spot. That's super. That's a super level of support when they all converge right there in the same area. And so technically speaking, the buyers showed up there and they're holding. But the good news is if this thing can continue to hold and close above the 50 and all these other moving averages, Humana is showing itself to be a relatively strong stock in the face of the XLV healthcare sector. Not bad. Hey, Rom, look at that. This is why I say closing candle, guys. All right, closing candle. That's nothing but a wick. That's just an attempt to try and shake you down and get your shares out. You've got to stick around for the closing candle. Matter of fact, I need to remind Andy of that because he sent me a direct message wigging out, and I need to scold him. I think we're caught up. If I'm not caught up, please send me the question again. Kishore, by that SPY has now moved back above the 10 SMA. Okay, so yeah, it may be running out of the downside momentum that we had. Yeah, look at that. Go back to IWM. No such luck. Look at the pressure on that. This is what I really want people to try and imprint on. It's so simple, and this is what I use. 15-minute chart. How is it in relation to that line? That's it. That's all I'm looking at. And then occasionally, the 130-day period, the 5-day period comes into play as well. But SPY, as we saw, is the strongest of them all. There is a signal candle. So technically speaking, that was a signal candle right there. So if you're short the market, which I am, maybe I'd be wise to get out of it a little bit, but I don't feel like it. I feel like I'm just going to sit with that as kind of a holding. And I don't mind if we just kind of pop back up to 380. Want to see what happens when these moving averages come down to meet the price. I hate getting in and getting out of these triple levers. I like to just let them work for me until they don't work anymore. Do I think? Let me get my cursor to work. Here we go. Shoot. What is it? Guess GIS? I can't remember what GIS is. All right, guys. Sometimes when I broadcast, it really taxes my system here. General Mills. Thank you. So there, okay, food stock. That was, yeah, look at that. So back to wheat, right? So whoever brought up the concept of our food stocks in play, I think they're starting to come back into play. GIS, right? Yes, thanks. That's GES was guess. General Mills. I didn't know that. Really nice looking chart, and it blasted off yesterday. So I don't know if it was earnings or news or Fed or related, but this is a very strong stock, extremely strong. So let's take this a step further. Let's go to our single stock window. Let's look at the competition. Okay, OTLY, forget that one. That's not doing anything. Kellogg's, well, that had a good couple days too. Archer Daniels, that's hanging above its 50, no harm there. That's not a good looking company. So you can use these similar to what's Post doing. Nope. General Mills is the best of the bunch there. And Kellogg didn't look bad either. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna. You kind of turned on a earnings. Oh, thanks, Barry. Yeah, but you've kind of turned on a light for me here as far as sector watch goes. I am truly intrigued by wheat. Eyes here, but big picture. I'm going to wait and see. This might be one of those examples where I wait until the end of the day before I enter a half swing position. Because if I can see for sure that it is going to close and reclaim and retake the 200-day moving average at the end of the day before the close, I might jump in. But right here, it just feels like a chase, and I've seen way too many things reverse and wick and drop right back down into the range, which I don't want to happen. So, but that's really intriguing. There's November 21st pre-market. Yeah, that's earnings staring me right in the face with that yellow line. I can't believe I didn't see that. Plugs have earnings? No. It's trading off of G's earnings. Thank you, Tom. Campbell's, huh? Let's look at Campbell's. Gotta drink. Nothing like stocking up with soup during rough times, right? It's definitely bouncing, but it's running right, slamming into its 50-day as well as yesterday's high. So interesting story developing. Yeah, I thank you guys for showing me that. I will be evaluating wheat at the end of the day. We'll see if I want to maybe play a commodity play, but I'm just not interested in stocks, especially geez, the IWMs. They can't get above. Oh, and the Nasdaq probably can't get above its moving average. Oh, it did. Okay, so both Nasdaq and SPY have eked above their signal candle 10 SMA. They're not really running quickly, but I'm going to see what happens. Probably more than likely, over the next few hours into tomorrow. I'm going to see how this comes into play. This is my 5-day moving average. If we do get some sort of a pop, I think this is going to have something to say about it. But that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm doing. Anything else you guys want to talk about or look at before I have to run? ASO. Okay, I missed that one. I know that is an agriculture stock, isn't it? No, it's sports stocks. Okay. Retail scares the hell out of me right now. However, the outdoor stuff, they're probably selling a lot of stuff that, not really sports related, but it seems like that's been the strongest of the retail, or are these outdoor sports stuff. So you can see they did hold the 50-day back here. This is an old trade of the week from months past, by the way. So their ASO is showing a propensity to respect the 50-day moving average, and that's what we've got here today. And intraday, we've got a signal candle showing that we're trying to fight back. So if you like the company, if you like the story, this is a low risk entry. You basically if you entered today and liked it, and you're hoping that it's going to bounce off that trend line 50-day, well, I would say your out is right there. If it gets back below 44.30 and starts trending lower, you don't want to be in this name. So these can be excellent entry points. Much better than being the person who says, I'm waiting for this breakout on the daily and I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy the hell out of that 50. Well, that didn't work out very well for them. The algorithms just have a way of punishing people who want to buy the obvious, comforting breakout. This used to work all the time in the bull market of 1998, 99. That's all we did was buy new highs. But that doesn't work forever. I saw traders make millions of dollars in the late 90s when I was first learning, and it was like, wow, only to come to learn in 2003 they'd blown up their accounts because they didn't learn to stop buying new highs. It was completely ingrained in them. It's fascinating. Relative strength from OpenScan. This one is not my scan, but here's what we do. We just go in and we break it open and we say, what's going on here? Let's stop it real quick and configure. So this scan is minimum price 2. No, that's something different. Hang on a second. I need to look at the top list. What is show race setup? How do I see what's inside these races now? I know they made a change. Use browser interface. That's what Barry was doing, I think. Yeah, see, I forgot to use the browser interface, Barry. Look at that. Use browser interface. There we go. Open top list. That's what I'm looking for. So what is going on here? What is it scanning for? We are scanning for, let's go to the filters. $2 to $100. It's a Bollinger Band push. Okay, so 5-minute volume has to be at least 15%. So there's nothing really special on the volume. Volume today, 250,000. So these are stocks that are just basically pushing on their 15-minute Bollinger Bands, minimum 80. And this is Chris's approach to using the races, in that if anything's pushing on their Bollinger Bands, it's probably doing something interesting. So it's just another angle, another facet of trying to figure out how to use the visual races. USEA, what was the story on that? USEA, we were looking at that earlier. Yes, okay. So thank you for the reminder. Dun, 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 dun. So it's pushing right into the 50. The 50 is at 190, which is right there. And again, these could be chasers right here. It might be short-lived. My experience is it's going to be short-lived. So boy, if I had this trade, I would be just ecstatic that we got to this level and pushed through. It's also kind of a new issue, so there's not much behind it. But anything running into a declining 50-day moving average, in my opinion, lately has been squashed at some point, and then kind of puts a wick at the end of the day. So thank you for the reminder there, Mike. It's a good example. There's Barry.
There I am.
And I think I
I
got all the
am here,
questions.
so if you do want to take off now, you can, or you can hang around another couple of minutes. Up
I
to
can't
you.
believe that I forgot to turn on my web races.
Yeah, I looked at that. What the hell? Excuse me. What the heck are you
Oh,
doing?
Barry, you almost cursed.
I almost said it. I got to HE.
Penance.
It's, I slog myself in the back with it like the
Right.
monks do.
Yeah. All right.
Um,
Interesting day, I think. What are you watching over
yeah.
there? Anything? Got your eye?
Just like you were saying, though, I mean, there's still some good small cap, like low float, small. And understand, I mean, I'm not scanning for low float stocks. It just happens that obviously in the biggest gainers from the open and getting those percentage moves, I mean, typically they are going to be lower floats. I'm not minimizing the floats. So to only see low float situations, but you're just not getting the follow through though.
No.
I mean, take an Espro as an example. I mean, Espro had an amazing move, of course, and based on that move, I mean, or on that news, $66 million they get. I mean, that's tremendous for that company. What I think in a different market, what might have happened is that, yeah, you're going to have a little pullback, but not a pullback all the way almost back to the open or the close of yesterday. Maybe at that 279 level, pull back,
Mhm.
base a little bit, and then maybe another little move higher because it's got all sorts of room looking left for this stock to go. But we're just sort of saying, okay, guys, you've got your 30 minutes of glory and fame. Now we're
Mhm.
going to sell the heck out of you.
I just drew. I
That's what.
just. I just drew those two lines, and you kind of look through, and you see that's the time that I talked about it. They let the
Yeah.
market open, but these things have not been following through much past lunch. So when you draw these lines, you just see it's very unusual for them to. There, perfect. That's the one you were talking about. SPRO. There's your time window right there. And I talked a lot today again about my signal candle, the first closing 15-minute candle below the rising 10 signals to me that momentum is dead and I don't want to become a hoper. So I usually
Right.
use that as my exit when I need to, and I usually don't regret it when I look back an hour later.
Yeah. But
All right.
we gotta trade what we see. So I'll take over now if you want. I know you.
Yeah, I need to get up and
It's five
stretch and
minutes too.
drink water.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, Steve.
Be sure.
We'll probably
Thanks,
see you in
guys.
an hour.
Yep.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Got my music going. Okay, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. Steve is just gone. Yeah, we were just talking about, well, in the YouTube room, we were just talking about like take a look at an S Pro. I think in a different sort of a market that was, even though the market is actually it's putting on a bit of a rally here, in a different sort of a market with these small ones, yeah, you don't expect the stock to just keep jetting higher all day long, but maybe a little bit of a pause, maybe a little bit of a pullback, but not these gigantic pullbacks. Okay. And so I think in a different sort of a market, escrow may have, got very parabolic, but up to 318, may pull back to that 270 mark and just kind of rest there for a while, instead of just the continuous selling off. I mean, this I'm not saying it's going to get back to the close of yesterday because it's still up $1.51, but maybe to the open. I mean, you're just not seeing the big constant follow through for these. Meanwhile, guys, yeah, Novavax still is a drifting down, just drifting down. Yeah, this USEA. Where are you out of? I don't recognize that flag. Is this is that's not Greece? Oh, it is Greece. Okay. So that's the Greek flag. Okay. So yeah, so this is a marine cargo holding sector. Ah, boy. I mean, if it could get through all of this, well, actually, that's too far up. Just looking here, $2. So if it got to $2, what would happen? Yeah, the next high is around 241. I mean, it's got room. I mean, obviously the fantasy level will be way up here at 746, but can it get through all of this along the way? That's the issue. Oh, Kathy's fun. The the short of it. Sark. Look at it going. So I was toying with the idea of taking a short on Hayward Holdings. I'm going to keep watching this. This is well, at this point, when it was down to 952, this was an all-time low. It's sort of moved a little bit with the market. Look at these topping tails on the SPY, guys. I mean, every one of these. Let's take a look at the big SPY chart and the 15-minute. Get this a little bit bigger so you can see these a little more dramatic. I mean, look at these topping tails. One, two, three, four. Little one there and one there. I mean, understand. I mean, the buyers have been trying like mad, but every little thrust upwards has been met with some selling. And eventually the buyers are going to just give up if this keeps up. So maybe this is an interesting one. I mean, this is Steve's 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. PLTK, it is not, it looks like it wants to break down below it. A break under 1072 could get this thing rolling down. Just look at the 15-minute chart here. Might be a little bit of support here. So if it broke through that, then it may have depending what the market does. I mean, I would probably be following what the market's doing at the same time. But this PLTK, it's up for the day. One of the few stocks probably up for the day, but actually, no, that's not true. I mean, the NAS is only off 48 now. Whoa, I mentioned Steelcase really early. That showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 846. Kind of popped around, got up to, well, in fact, it didn't get much above that 846. And then it got all the way back down to almost 8. Not a bad move and almost an all-time low. Again, who's buying office furniture? What companies are really, investing in office furniture with all their employees wanting to stay at home? I mean, even if we think the pandemic's over, I mean, all these companies are having a tough time getting people to come back to work. So if they have the option to stay at home, they will. A lot of them. Even my wife's company is going through that. So ELBM. Saw this one earlier. Yeah, look at Pixie. I mean, it's just kind of hanging around. I mean, this is one, of course, that all of a sudden out of nowhere could just start to run. So what I do is I probably put an alert around 1710 just to see. Again, highly risky. I mean, volatile, but you can kind of see if it took out that high, that candle, the 11:30 15-minute candle, it might get it rolling. I mean, and then the next highs are up here around 1830. But again, this is very risky. Also, the spread can be really tough. Right now it's 1640, 1663. But it looks like if you look at the 15-minute chart, it's making higher lows, a little bit, kind of higher lows. There's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart for Pixie. It's got to take that out, see if it bursts through that. Well, okay, guys. I mean, this PLTK, again, as I said, if it takes this 1070 out, it may just, I mean, it's through that 10 SMA. Forza, I did see this here. I was waiting a long time ago for a 450 break for Forza. FOR, oh, that's probably not. It's, what is it called, really? Oh, it is called Forza. Okay, I was waiting a long time ago for a 450 break. Okay, guys, almost a red bar ignored for rum. RUM on a 15-minute chart. Almost that red bar. So there's the current 15-minute candle. So it has some time to close. It would have to get above probably 1335 or so. And that is not, I mean, it's not a classic red bar ignored, okay? Because that red bar, let's bring it up, show you what I'm talking about. So this red bar here is not totally engulfed by that green candle. It's just a little bit above it, okay? I mean, to be a classic red bar ignored, that red candle has to be totally engulfed by the previous one, previous green candle, and then the next candle being green, moving above the high of that red candle. So it's not quite, but it's pretty darn close. All right, there's the HAW, guys. HAYW, sorry, HAYW. Getting a little more interesting to me. We had that little pop, kind of with the market. But this is an all-time low. I remember trading this one a while back. I can't remember if it was on the short side. I think it was on the short side. I think it was might have been this day here in July. I think this was on the short side. I think this might have shown up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, it would have been a 10-day daily breakdown. And but the other filters would have. I'm pretty sure this showed up on this day. All right, guys. Well, the market now, again, all those topping tails are, just going to eventually wear on the buyers. They're going to say, okay, you guys, you shorts have got it, or the sellers have got it again. Always the battle all day long between buyers and sellers. And obviously the sellers are in complete control right now overall. Look at this buy here on a big, what is another somewhat important level? Obviously this level way down here at 362. Well, here's one trying to hold the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. HZNP is trying to hold the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, guys, I'm not a big indicator guy, but Steve Gomez has got me, pretty much convinced, that's an important level. And I think it's a lot like the 8 EMA. And real uses the 8 EMA. I only use the 10 SMA because, Steve has been using it for many, many years, and he seems to think it's pretty good. I don't think there's a huge difference between the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA, maybe, but at any rate, yeah, Becan. Boy, I mean, look at this. I can see why you would want to, though, because I mean, look at this. I mean, this is just destroying of any confidence. I mean, yeah, it's having a little pop here, but I don't see that. Yeah, 115,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. I'd be watching it. I mean, here it is, 405, 405 potentially. Okay, when it opens, it's halted at 390. And let's see, 105.48. So 110 plus 48 seconds. So about 16 seconds before this opens if it's a 5-minute halt. Let's see how it opens. Because you might get your opportunity to short this, depending what it does. Where did it come from? Yeah, I mean, that's a ton of room on that candle. All right, so now it's opened. 392.44, so not a big pop yet. How that? 390. Now, a lot of times what I'll do on a halt is the only way I take it because I don't want to chase it is it was halted at 390. Well, I didn't do it, guys, but I could have. Yeah, I should have. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Yep. So the only way I take a halt, and it'd be quick, it'd be super quick. That got halted at 380 or 390, and I think it briefly got down back down to 390 instead of just jumping immediately off that halt. And that's when I will take one. And obviously it would have worked. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? I did it on one yesterday. I can't remember the one. Was it the STRNG? I think it was. I think I might have been that one. But these are, in my opinion, just going to be very, very short-lived. Guys, ended up taking this PLTK. That was my level right there. So I'm mildly positive right now. 1071, I'm in that short. See if it can get down to at least the 1062. I mean, and then if it can get through that, then down to the 1053. And it was just about, taking out that or falling down below that 10 SMA. And it's not that far below it. But more importantly for me, it was, getting to that 1072 mark. And I'm watching the market. I'm going to, this is going to be market dependent in my opinion. So that red bar holds and keeps moving down. I'm going to be watching this red bar right there. See if it continues with it. Now, of interest, I wonder why. Huh, why is that 10 SMA line here on this smaller 15-minute chart and it's up here in this one? I have to figure that out. Okay, so that's a red candle. So now the next one, if it starts to move green, I'm out of this one, okay? Because I think it's just tracking the market, even though it was moving down when the market was attempting to move up, and that was a pretty feeble attempt, really. When you look at it, look at all these topping tails, as I pointed out on the SPY, pretty feeble attempt. Warby guys, WRBY. I remember this one. Had her no. Well, I think I had a nice run right around here. Can't remember exactly why. I don't think it was earnings play. Earnings in November, so it wasn't an earnings play. Yeah, guys, I mean the next low looking left is just under 12, around 1194 or so. Podcast glasses, is that their claim to fame? Ah, that's why. Sorry, guys, I'm just talking to myself, but now I see why. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay. No, I understand what I did. So here is the 10 SMA and there's the 8 EMA, as an example. Now it's using pre-market data. I don't know how much, I don't think there was very much happening. Pretty close. This is for the PLTK. That orange line is the 8 EMA and the blue line is the 10 SMA. So they're pretty darn close, you know, and this stock anyway, a couple pennies apart. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and look at the Pixie now. Now, is the Pixie big level for it? Yeah, look at this Pixie right now, PIXY. However, take a look at that spread. They basically don't want you to trade it. 1665, 1720. Now, if I know this is going to get back up to $21, I guess that spread doesn't matter. But I mean, I don't know that. That's just a very tough spread. Now it's tightening a bit, but that's what I'm talking about. 1693, 1720. At one point it was 1665, 1720. They're just saying, we don't really want you to trade this. Well, they certainly don't want me to trade it. Okay, let's take a look at BCAN. Well, it's already had a massive one now, from 5 down to 450. Look at these topping tails, guys. Same thing. Buyers had it up here, sellers closed it here. Buyers had it up here, sellers, well, this candle hasn't closed yet, another 5 minutes or so, but the sellers are, they're going to give up. Just going to give up eventually. One for 15. Okay, ATXI. Is it trading at right now? Yeah, look at this. Look at this pop here in advance of that reverse split. So if this held, this would be a $6 stock tomorrow. Understand what I'm saying, guys. In case you're new, I'm not saying this is going from 42 to $6. Okay, this is split adjusted, reverse split adjusted, the same market cap and all that. So I don't mean buy it now at 44 cents because it'll be $6 tomorrow, equivalent. No, no, no. Yeah, affected tomorrow. Yeah. Well, my PLTK is not doing much. I'm mildly positive, and that's it. It's not doing too much. So messy now, this escrow. I mean, it's just so messy. I mean, it's just a big, big sell-off. Be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. I mean, it's still up 165%, but I mean, but the change from the open, I mean, it's just been messy. We don't want to see that. I don't want to see this, that this is marginally winning a race, PLTK, marginally winning a race. Yeah, not big percentages right now, guys. but Novavax is just continuing to drift down. It only had, I think, a little pull up right around here, and that was it. Maybe a minor one there in the 15. Yeah, guys, I'm really not too interested in these small ones right now. I mean, there's just no follow through. I mean, Pixie, okay, the spread has now tightened a bit, 41.59, 41.69. I mean, a bit. I mean, it looks like it wants to move, but I just can't. I just, that spread just did not allow me to take it. 49.70. Again, if you know it's going to go up, to $20, that 30-cent spread doesn't matter. But okay, guys, I took myself out of the PLTK. Look what the market's doing. So it's affecting the PLTK, in my opinion. So I'm out of the PLTK, basically flat. And that's the problem, when you get into things that are really somewhat dependent on what the market's doing, you got to pay a lot of attention to what the SPY is doing. Well, I mean, if you took the Pixie, it's got a shot to the 1850 mark. Okay, I guess. I mean, when you look at these two 15-minute candles, it's got a shot to that level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but if you did somehow take the Pixie, that would be your next level of or warning area, I guess. 1839, 1838, and 1843. Those two highs of those two candles right there. Those are the 11, 11, 15 candles. And again, all traders are looking at is this high up here, that it hit in the first 15-minute candle, the second one. Yeah, the second 15-minute candle when it just ripped from about 13 all the way up to 21. So they're wondering, could it possibly, get up to those levels? I'm just talking so short term right now, blue collar. I'm not talking anything longer than minutes. All right, guys. Just really not too interested in this market right now. The Invax, I mean, that's drifting down nicely, but other than that, certainly in these ones, I can't get too eager about the S Pro. I mean, maybe now, maybe it's put in a bit of a bottom, 211. What's GLS? What are they doing? GLS? Again, just look at all the stuff it's got to get through on the daily chart. And look how messy, ugly, ugly on the 15-minute chart. Super ugly looking. I have to click on it because I don't know until I check the chart. Well, flowers is maybe a little interesting. I mean, it's trying to, get out of this area, all this congestion, maybe. How many in the float? 28 million in the float. After hours yesterday hit 645, but again, not a ton of room. Don't trade out of boredom. NVAX just continues, other than, yeah, just continues to make its way down. PBF, possible short. Let's take a look at that one from real. Well, there's your 10 SMA. I'm sure it's probably around the 8 EMA. So let's see if that holds it or does it break through it. My 10 SMA, your 8 EMA. Just looking to see how close it is. Pretty close. There's the 8 AMA and there's the 20 SMA, orange line, blue line. Pretty close. In fact, why don't I do that just for fun? I'll add that the 8 EMA also to see how close these things are. All right, guys, I'm in a marketing meeting in about 20 minutes, so I'll be on mute until it is over. What a run for Sava, though, guys. $30, almost 50 in 2 days. Well, 3 days, I guess. 2.5 days. Well, almost 3 days. Market's almost closing. Another 2 hours and 19 minutes. Still looks weak. I mean, look, I know the buyers tried for the beacon. They got it up to 438, but again, sellers knocked it down. Look, all these topping tails. Look at this EVAX, guys. I mean, who knows what might happen here? I mean, it's basing beautifully around that 230 mark. Got up to this is EVAX. I got up to 353 yesterday before it just absolutely got shellacked down to 230. Okay, big percentage drop from the highs. Trying to come, it's still negative, but if it goes positive, I mean, 352 is the next high looking left. There is a 200-day, 282. That's still far enough away. Get a nice base here and maybe some volume, maybe popping it up. So why don't I just click that buy button and, let's drop it at 235 and see if it gets up to that level. I think I did it wrong. There we go. Okay, and just see what happens. And move that stop up. Just practice trading, guys. Practice, practice, practice. I know you guys were talking about wheat in the YouTube room with Steve, and then somebody pointed it out to him, and he thought, okay, interesting. Yeah, there's the 200-day moving average. So it's a little bit above it, 912. Next high looking left is, well, again, 923 is the next high looking left. All right. Well, Real was talking about PBF. It is starting to move down now. It looks like it's trying to get through the combination of the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, there's Novavax, NVAX, underneath now that whole number, 22. Just a steady, steady drop all day with a JP Morgan downgrade, basically saying we don't really see a future for this company. All right, guys. I am just biding my time now to that marketing meeting. Just before the pandemic, Larry, yeah. See how ugly Pixie was, guys? I hope nobody got nailed by it because, I mean, the spread was just prevents you from really having a lot of confidence. I thought maybe, if they took out that 18 and all, but, then all of a sudden I just looked. I mean, look how it jumps around. And that's because of the spread. Yeah, but the market, okay, maybe if the market can hold this green candle and take out the highs here, those wicks, and not have a wick of its own, maybe we've got a bit of a rally. Well, I mean, okay, here's the SPRO touching that 8 EMA now on the 15-minute chart, which is almost the same as the 20 or the 10 SMA, a couple pennies different, but maybe it's starting to crawl back. I mean, it's still got the news. So why don't I drop it right there? So what I did is I took that buy. I was just showing you how you can place a conditional buy order for that SPRO. So I've dropped it now, dropped that blue line almost to the current price. Now it's interesting. NVAX is having a bit of a pop here with the market. All right, I'm really watching this SPRO now, guys. I mean, this could have a run now. Could have a run now. There's the high of the day, about $1 away on a $2 to $3 stock. That'd be pretty awesome. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. And I better actually try to go now because of the cache issue I have. So I have to see if Zoom will load for me immediately. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back, and I've had some fun on the Ampex while I was in the meeting. Not easy. I wouldn't say this was easy, but it has definitely had a nice lift from that $11 mark, AMPX. My key right there was at 11. You can see right there, I think I was talking about it before, taking out the highs of these two 15-minute candles right there. Now, it wasn't easy because first of all, the spread got crazy a couple of times, and it did have some, some gyrations, but the trend is up. And I kept looking up here at that 1249 where it hit earlier. Could that be a bit of a magnet? But I've traded out of it. I mean, I've got a little bit left just in case it does something really crazy. I mean, the first day it got up to $26. So anyway, kind of fun while I was waiting. I also took a little loss on the SPRO. I was looking to, excuse me, I was thinking that, I know I demonstrated it in the simulator, but I thinking, okay, it's at this 230 mark. I think I took it at 228. And it got up to 231, but I was really hoping it would really start to attack that high, but it just didn't do it. So I took a little loss on the SPRO. But the Ampex, I mean, if it ever really takes out 12 in a big, big, big way, I've got enough left that it'll make me pretty happy. And again, where do I see it? In the races, right there, right at the top there, guys. And speak of the, can I say devil? Now, again, if you took this trade, you've got to stay at your computer. Okay, you cannot wander away. Even though this is not a crazy low float, unless our float number is wrong, it's just so whippy and volatile. So again, there is a case. Just follow the winners all day long. I mean, it's at some point during the day, they may set up. You may have missed that first. You may drive yourself crazy and say, "Oh man, I missed that first move. I guess it's over." Well, not necessarily. Okay, that's why you set up certain levels that are interesting to you. Now, how are you going to know that? Only by practicing. Only by practicing, okay? Because you might hear me say, well, you got to set up levels that might be interesting to you. Well, if you're new to trading, you might think, well, how am I going to know what an interesting level is? Well, if you practice in the simulator and maybe even look at Michael's 36-part video, where it talks about trends and resistance and all that, candlestick patterns. I mean, eventually, and it could take thousands of charts. Thousands of charts sounds like a lifetime. It really isn't. But when you look at, let me just show you what I was looking at were the Ampex. Oh, wonderful is that? Just to pop up as I'm trying to show you what I'm looking at with the AMPX. Okay, so this level right here, we had a topping tail. This is on the a 130 candle. We had one on the 115 candle and one back here in the 1230 candle, all about around the same area. So all I said was, okay, what if it takes out this 11? What happens? What could happen? That's all I did. So if you're wondering, well, I don't know if I can do that. Well, that's why you practice in the simulator. Okay. And see what would have happened. You can also see right here, if you start looking at you can see that the trend is up. Just look at that. If you even, I don't draw trend lines, guys. I mean, I just eyeball the charts. I can see, I don't have to draw a trend line right there to see that from 1021 to this level, the trend was kind of up. I don't have to draw a trend line. Some of you, maybe if you're looking to be more visual, yeah, you can draw a trend line, I guess. But I know Michael Noss is working on the automatic. So you draw a trend line and it'll keep extending. But anyway, guys, I mean, that's why you got to practice. Now, did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. And I'm also saying that if that takes out the high of the day, it'll get traders interested. You'll just get momentum traders interested. Why? Because look left. 14 is the next high. All right, so traders might look at that, go, well, it takes out the high of the day. The next high is $1.50 away. And then you look 2 days before that, 1680. And you look the first day, 26. I'm not saying like these is going to get to any of these levels. But that's kind of the that's my mindset anyway. I just kind of keep looking left to see where a stock could go before it stalls. And that's why, of course, the Ampax, it has a float of 42 million, so it wouldn't show up here in the large cap gainers. So, I think that this is a good combination. You want your volatile stocks, you know, they're fun when they work. And here you have the stocks that obviously not as volatile, but can certainly give, interesting plays. And of course, I'm sharing it. Both of those. So, and I'll keep nagging. I don't care. I'll keep nagging. It creates a watch list for you automatically. So when you're new to trading, it can be bewildering, baffling, ununderstandable. I know that's not a word, but you know what I mean. It can be really, really difficult. So how cool is this to, if you give it a chance to have it create a watch list for you and just keep an eye on these stocks for the day rather than having to figure out, I wonder what I should be watching today. And again, this is based on the race is based on my particular top list. Nothing stopping you, once you understand a little bit about how to create a top list, from creating your own top list and launching the race from it. You can run a race based on the stocks that you only want to watch. Assuming it's not just two or three, but maybe you had a basket of stocks of, I don't know, 25 or 30 stocks that you like to follow. You can do that. Yeah, that's another way to do it. As Denver Tom is saying, you can take the race win. You can take all 10. Actually, we've had multiple winners. We haven't had, there are some days where one stock has won like, 25 times, but we've had actually some pretty decent multiple winners today, 11, 10, 8, 7, 7. Again, what does it mean to win? It means that, my race is every 4 minutes. So I think that means that there are a potential of 96 winners. I think I figured that out. 97 and a half winners. Okay. There are 97. So say 97 winners over the course of a day. Now, you might say, well, wait a minute, Barry. How come this is not adding up to 97? Well, the reason being is that there are a bunch of winners that only say won one race. You're not seeing them here. Okay. But there were 97, there will be 90, for me anyway, there will be 97 winners every single day. Just divide 4 into 390. Because I start my race at 9:30 and I run it to 4. Okay, so 6.5 hours. And that's why you've got to watch it, guys. Again, the Ampex, I'm out now. I mean, look at what can happen to you. That's why I'm saying, I mean, in these ones, it's interesting to me because this is not a crazy low float. It's assuming our float information is correct, 42 million. I mean, you usually see this sort of action, 5 million, 4 million float, but you've got to really pay attention. The other thing about the races is that nothing's stopping you from watching these stocks tomorrow. Will they have some follow through? So, for instance, I would look at maybe in these ones. I mean, these are going to be a little less erratic, but let's take a look at TCOM as an example. TCOM. So you might look at this and go, well, there was the high up here, 26.57. It's not that far. It's about 70 cents below. What if it just starts to ease its way up? At the end of the day, you might want to watch this one tomorrow. And check to see what it could do. I mean, the next high looking left is around 20, but around 27.71 or so. And then after that, you've got all this room. So, allow it to create a potential watch list of stocks for you tomorrow also. All done automatically for you. You don't have to do a thing. Well, you can, well, just a minute here. Oops. Just have to refresh my memory. Oh, sorry guys. Had a late night last night. Okay. Well, you can do that right now. That's what I thought. You can run your race on anything. Well, anything as long as we have the filter for it. Okay. So there's the change in 15 minutes, right? Percent change in 15-minute percent. Whoops. Okay, there it is right there. It's not. It's whatever you want to do, blue collar. Remember, the race is run based on a top list. So if you've got this as a column in your top list window, you can run the race on it. So yeah, I mean, remember, here's my top list, okay? Here is this race is running based on this top list. Again, I know I repeat myself a lot, but I think it's important. All this race is looking for is if a stock is between $1 and $50, it has at least 200,000 shares traded, and it's up 2%. If these filter values are met and a stock is moving, it'll show the stock that is moving the most, assuming these filter values are met. Okay, from the change from the open. But if you put that's because I've got the change from the open as a column up here. If you want to add the change in 15-minute percent, you can go ahead and do it. Just add it as a column. Just configure. And if I type in change, if I can add that column, the change in 5 minutes, I can add that column, the change, so I can add the filters. Okay, it's not going to affect the race right now. Oops. Give me a moment. Show column, there we go. Okay. So presto. Okay, here are those columns. Now I could run a race based on the change in 15 minutes. No, 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 no. You're confusing. There's nothing to do with 5 minutes. I just run a race every 4 minutes. Okay, you can run a race on any time period you want. So if I ran a race on the change in 15 minutes, remember this is instant. Okay, this is not having to wait for the 15-minute candle to close. I think maybe that's what you're thinking, that it has to wait for 15 minutes to close. It's just like here, I don't have to wait for 4 minutes to close as something is moving. You know, I can click on something that is moving right now, moving up before I mean, this race just started, okay? So now I could run a race, launch a race, and then all I have to do, and now I have to show the race setup. Not, you see now, change from the open, but look at the columns I've got here. Change from 15 minute percent. I could run it on that, do everything exactly the same. I know Chris runs something on 2 minutes, I think. Change in 2 minutes. That all makes sense? There is no default of 5 minutes. Well, no, you wouldn't have, okay. If you've got my race right now, you will not see the change in 15 minutes. I just added it now, okay? So why don't I do this for you? Okay. I'll launch your race based on the change in 15 minutes and I'll give it to you. Yeah, the column, it has to be a column header. You know, you can add virtually any filter as a column header. And then as long as you've got the column header, then when you do your race setup and you use this little based on in the drop down menu, you will see every single column you've got here. Because I know I get the question a lot. Well, I'd like to run. I see how you're running your race to change from the open, but I can't do it. I don't see that option here. The reason you don't have the option is because you haven't added it as a column header. Okay, in your top list. Okay, so I could add as many filters as I want up here. It may not be the worst thing in the world, because you can add as many filters as you want it up here. And then every now and then say, well, why don't I mean, I might have my main race, call it. Why don't I run a race on something else? Again, the change in the 15 minutes, change in 5 minutes, change in 2 minutes. Yeah, I mean, there's really, again, I mean, look at all the filters we've got. Now, some filters don't make sense, but to have it, I mean, look at all the filters. Whoops, look at all the filters that we have. Okay, so in theory, you could run them on just about any filter we've got, as long as you add it as a column header. Everybody understand? Yeah, just don't go overboard though. And I'm talking in general. I would not go overboard in creating, 5 or 6 different races. You run into the same problem of having like 5 or 6 different alert windows. Okay. And you start overloading yourself with information. Personally, I probably wouldn't have more than 2 races. I mean, it's going to give you 20 stocks at the end of the day to take a look at. And some you won't even care about, and sometimes, you might find a similar stock in these two. But again, this is just my setup. You can have your own setup, different price range, different minimum volume. Maybe you want to add the relative volume filter, into your into your race. I mean, it's up to you. All I'm trying to do is give you a couple of what I call pretty decent templates to work with. And then after that, as you get used to using it, you say, well, you know what? I wouldn't mind tweaking it a little bit to more my style of what I want to look at. Oh, you're more than welcome. Again, guys, don't feel free to ask questions, okay? Asking me questions actually helps me too because you could ask me a question and I hadn't really thought of, even that 15 minute. I mean, I was, 99.9% sure that we had the change in 15 minutes percent. But you know what? It's always good for me to do almost like a little refresher when you guys ask me questions. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, I mean, wow, look at the spy, guys. Look at the spy action here. So I will tell you this, that, one of the things that we discuss a lot in these marketing meetings is, we're still scratching our head trying to figure out ways to make it easier for new users, especially if you're, I mean, there are two types of new users. There's a new user who is an experienced trader, but new to trade ideas. And then there's a new user who has no trading experience. And again, we're called Trade Ideas. We'll do our best, to show, potential setups and things like that. But you got to put the time in. That's why we have the simulator. Okay. I mean, I know people, I say this all the time. I know people don't want to hear that it might take you 3 months, 6 months, or whatever of practicing trading in a simulator, be it ours or some other. But I mean, we've got it here before you're actually ready to start trading. And but then there's I'll call it a more experienced user that is completely new to trade ideas, and we're really trying to figure out a way to make it super simple. Do we, for instance, we were talking about this in the marketing meeting. Do we do something like, okay, when you sign up, can you tell us maybe a level of trading that you have? And if you're brand new, maybe we have some kind of a very simple layout that automatically loads for you. The problem with that, though, is you're still not going to know what you're looking at. But that's why we want to direct people into the simulator almost immediately to make sure, like, have this brokerage plus window load, assuming you're using our downloadable application and not the web-based version, have it load immediately, and even have a little tutorial how to use it immediately, because it's so important to practice trading. Guys, you might want to keep an eye on escrow now. I mean, I know I got taken up for a little bit of a loss on this one, but it's approaching that level again. I mean, you never know. What time is it now? 3:15, so 45 minutes left. Be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow. I mean, that news was pretty good. They got $66 million up front, with the possibility of royalties down the road, a big pharma, GSK. So, I mean, the news obviously pretty good. You always wonder, why is a big pharma? I mean, it's an 81-cent stock, but they must have been doing something that they liked. CANO, CANO just, yeah, just hit the Halls resumes. Okay, boy, this reminds me of the sober. Remember sober a couple, 3 or 4 days ago, maybe at the beginning of the week, hit around 3 o'clock. And I don't the new. I'm not saying this is sober. I'm not saying this is the same sector or anything like that. But all of a sudden, now what is the? Don't see any news. Oh yeah, yeah. Here's the news. Other potential buyers circle Cano Health. So Humana. Here we go. That is the news. That hit. That's pretty good, guys. I mean, for a free news service. That's just from Interactive Brokers. And the halt was, virtually the same time. So that's pretty good. And here we go again. Could be struck. Could be struck. Yes, could be struck. Okay, so Jeb, if you don't have Market Explorer, then you must be on an old version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so it is available to all subscribers. Okay, so what I would do is go to my homepage. I'll give you the link. Okay, I'll give you the link to my homepage. And when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. Let me X that out. You're going to see this. Okay, and then scroll to the top where it says download. Now, I would take the beta. It is here in the production version. There's no. I would take the beta. So keep scrolling down, 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 until you see this is the latest beta, 5.6.9. Okay. Now, before you do all that, if you click on Help and About, and that'll show you the version you're on. I'm on a development version, but because I'm just trying to say, if you've got this version and you're not seeing it, then there's something else going on. But my almost for sure it's because you don't have a later version of Trade Ideas. Okay. Here's an example of Sava. Okay, in the ninth position, won 4 races. So you look at Sava and you think, okay, it's had this beautiful run. It had some news, yeah, a couple of days ago regarding the SEC. Maybe they're clearing them of anything. I'm paraphrasing, but you watch this little pullback, and it's pulling back to that 8 EMA or the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Will it hold? Or will it pile right through? Now, if it goes through, you might be looking at this level of 47 as maybe some support, but maybe that's good enough for somebody who wants to take a short if it can get down to 47. Or keep watching it and see if that holds, and then maybe continue a bounce off it and moves higher. I mean, we don't know but that's why you can practice. I could say right now, well, let's practice on a short of this right now. But again, you didn't have to go and search for Sava. There it is in the automatically created for you. Okay, guys, so it's September 22nd now. So when is the 26th? Oops. Monday? Yeah, so Monday. So This big deal we've got going on, it'll be until Monday, okay? The 17 months for 12 months. And again, if you click on my home page, this is the promotional code you can use. That's 17 months for 12. It'll get you 20. Not only will you get 17 months for 12, it will also take 25% off the actual subscription price. So what that means, on the annual basis, normally that's $2,000. So we take 25% off that. That gets it down to $1,500. Divide 17 into 1,500, and that gets you about $88 a month. Standard, it's usually $1,000 less the 25%. That gets you down to $750. Divide that by 17. That brings it down to $44 a month over 17 months. So if you're a monthly subscriber right now and you thought, well, maybe I should have an annual, because obviously monthly subscription, you can get the 25% off that first month, but after that you're paying 118 and 228. 44 looks a lot better than 118. Okay, so I mean that's obviously why, if you can afford that 750 up front, you're going to get a great per month rate. And what we can do for our annual subscribers, our current annual subscribers, let's take a look at Cano as it came out of its hot. Look at this. Wow, out of nowhere, right? Well, yeah, out of nowhere. I mean, this wasn't doing anything, and then that news hits. Yeah, I got to find you guys now. Where are you? There you are. So what we're doing for our annual subscribers, say even if you're just 1 month in, okay? What we do is you take advantage of this deal, you pay us some money, and then we'll add whatever you have left on to the term. So I mean that's pretty dramatic. Obviously, if you've got 11 months left, you'd be at 28 months then. You had 6 months left, we'll add 6 months to the 17. So that's what we're doing for our current annual subscribers. Well, the Ampax doesn't look like it's over, but I mean, again, look at the volatility though. I mean, remember now, up 12.29, next candle down to $11. And then this candle going from 11.29 all the way up to 12.15. I mean, these are wild swings. Well, I think they're wild swings. I mean, I guess if you play moving averages but if you're going to put a stop at say that this 10 SMA or the 8 EMA, you can't take very many shares then, which is okay. I mean, depending on how much room you think the stock could go, because otherwise, if you take tight stops on something like this, you'll get stopped out left and right. Okay, guys, Chris is going to be in the YouTube room pretty soon. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in here. Hang on. Undo. You can do that. Well, it depends who your broker is. You can do it with Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, but we do not recommend that you just do it automatically, okay? We don't recommend it. And Chris is going to be on in about 2 or 3 minutes in YouTube. You can ask him the same question. Okay. Now, who is your broker though? Number one, you're using it. So you can do it. We just don't recommend it. I mean, I'd love to be able to say, you know what, just turn on your IB or E-Trade account and start trading auto fashion with the AI. Turn it on 9:30, come back at 4, count your money. I'd love to be able to say that. But we feel that, what the AI does, it can give you ideas and then manually trade them. I know we have auto trade. I wish, I mean, heresy, but I wish we'd get rid of auto trading. You want to auto trade your own strategy, fine. If you're convinced that your own, well, I'm just talking in general, that you create your own strategy, and there is
And
Chris.
here I am.
So you can take over with we had the question about can I auto trade the AI?
No.
And
Yes.
there you go.
Can you? Sure. Should you?
Can you? Yes. Is it recommended? No.
Yes, that is correct. All right, I have made the screen swap, and you are off and running, Barry.
Merci beaucoup. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Ready for Friday. Take care, Barry.
Bye.
All right, so let's see here. All right, I'm guessing you, Fang, you are the person that I had in the chat just a moment ago. Let me know if that is correct. Okay, so perfect. Let me just make sure I've got everything lined up here. All right. So first, it's a premium feature. So you need a premium account, not standard. Number two, and this is not to discourage anybody or to, shoo people away or anything like that, because obviously we are in the business of subscriptions here with Trade Ideas. However, I just like to be very clear about the AI. It is not a press play, walk away, drop the kids at school, play a round of golf, stop at the bank, pick the kids up from school, and count your money. You absolutely need to understand market mechanics, trading, and above all, the software for any kind of automation, including the AI. And while the overall setup of the AI itself is not exactly complicated, it doesn't mean just running into it and just doing it. But essentially what would happen is you have this interface here called Brokerage Plus, and you could set it up through there. So we connect through E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, and we have our own simulator. If you had a premium subscription, standard or premium can connect to the brokers. But the premium gives you this Holly AI tab that's right here. All right. And anybody else with other questions, fire those away from me. I'll circle around to them in a moment here. And you get this screen here. And today we can see Holly came with this amount of strategies out of her 50 base strategies or 55 base strategies, whatever it is. She has 1, 2, 3, 4 longs and 2 shorts. All right. You would first set up by going right click, edit long trading instructions, and you'd set your account here. Right now there's none because I'm not connected to a broker. But if you were connected to E-Trade Broker, your E-Trade account would appear there. All right. And then from there, you would go, am I going a moderate or conservative mode? These are things you'll have to learn about. All right. If you're interested for this all. And then you decide, my position sizing, your 3 and only 3 options. There is no way to change this whatsoever. Is a fixed amount of dollars saying buy $1,000 worth of stock every time. A fixed amount of shares saying buy 500 shares every time. You can change the number. If you want to fix dollars, you could buy $100 worth of stock, $1,000 worth of stock, $200 worth of stock. Or if you would do it as a fixed shares, you buy 100 shares, 20 shares, 500 shares, 1,000 shares, whatever you wanted. Or you can base it on Holly's stop loss, saying, I want you to risk X amount of dollars based on your stop loss every time. Then you'd pick, are you going in a limit order, a market order? If you go limit, what's your delta offset going to be? And then you'd set your time in force from there. You do the same thing after you save that. You do the same thing for short trading instructions. Right click, short trading instructions, exactly the same steps. All right. And then you would highlight and enable the strategies you want. Or you can either do them one at a time, right click, enable selected strategy, or you can highlight a group, enable 3 selected. Setting the instructions can be a one-time thing because you can save those instructions and then the instructions are saved and all you have to do is enable them every single day. But, you know, during a volatile market like this, you might want to reduce your share size. You might want to go conservative mode instead of moderate mode. You might want to only go in at limit orders and you want to change your limit offset. You know, things like that. So that's where being a trader still comes in. There's no, the AI doesn't do any thinking for you. Once you have the instructions set up, you've enabled the strategy. This is what the AI alerts window looks like. Anything that fires, you know, anything that the AI alerts, the order will be sent to the broker, and from there, it's on the broker to fill you. That's the short and skinny of it. My personal opinion is it is better to do human and machine, managing the alerts along with the AI, but you can let it manage the exits. That's entirely up to you. We don't run Holly in any live account, so we don't have any numbers to show you. And technically, there's an infinite amount of combos that you could do for setting up the AI in the sense of, you know, your share sizing, how you do it, your limit offset, and, you know, things like that. So there's no cookie cutter way. There is no best or anything like that. It's, you know, like the markets, the best will change just like everything else. So that's the short and skinny of all of it. And again, I don't want to deter anybody because of course, we want to sign people up for premium subscriptions. But premium subscriptions more than just Holly, more than just Holly automation with the unlimited back testing and the optimizing of your own strategies that you can, you know, manually or auto trade as well. So there's a lot more to it in that regard. And there's no substitute for experience and knowledge. Not yet anyways. So with that, let me know if you have more questions or anything else that I can help you with as far as that goes. All right, sorry, just trying to catch up on some other chats here. What is the best time to trade? There is no best. There is no best with the AI. Any question of best is subjective. Generally speaking, the AI makes alerts. I'll say most of the alerts come between 9:40 a.m. Eastern and 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern. That's when most of the alerts come in. There's no spreadsheet or anything like that that says this time is better than the other or anything like that. You know, there's over 50 base strategies. So a few things, if you have the other chat open, I'm going to drop a whole bunch of things in there for you to review. All right, as far as the AI goes, and I would, you know, highly recommend thoroughly going over this stuff. So the first thing I'm going to drop is this here video that covers the AI really thoroughly. The only difference between this video and what exists now is Holly used to be separated into 4 different channels. That is no longer the case. We've since been able to combine all those channels. All right. So I'm going to drop it in 2 places. I'm going to drop it in the chat we were in because when that chat closes, it'll email these links to you. All right. So there's that. All right. I'll drop it here on this side too in case anybody wants these things. Then there's our full Holly guide. All right. All right, here's the full Holly guide. Okay. And was there something else I wanted to drop off from Holly? Oh, the AI performance page. All right. And just to give you an idea of a hypothetical portfolio, of what the AIs looked like over the last couple of years, essentially. And then I'll put that up here as well for everybody to see. All right. So there's that. All right. Does E-Trade have scanners for OI changes on options? I'm not sure. I've never used E-Trade Happy Toad. I know the only thing I really know about E-Trade is they exist. I've never used their platform, so you'd have to check with E-Trade. Now, let's see. Open a new tab. And AI monthly performance. And here we go. So this is the AI monthly performance here. Get out of my way. And you can see here, this starts at the beginning of 2020. All right, here we are. We've got to update this. This is the beginning of 2022. All right, we get this move up and the COVID crash, and we get a really nice move up in the AI, and then it grinds higher, moves sideways, moves up, pullback, grinds higher for several months here, and pretty much flat. And if we were to look at, if we updated this now, it's probably slightly down now, year to date for the AI. So, you know, there's no money machine here. You know, there's no easy button. There's no get it done quick. None of that stuff. AI puts some good alerts out there. Oftentimes the trade management of the AI is not always the greatest, meaning the exits aren't always the greatest. So that's why I say it's human and machine. So hopefully that helps. It clears things up. E-Trade used to have a scanner that was powered by us, but they didn't want to pay us for our data anymore. So we said, okay, that's fine. You don't need the scanner. Your users don't need the scanner. And they said, screw our users, essentially is what they said. So now looking at this here, this is a hypothetical portfolio, right? This right here for running our moderate risk mode, all right, and risking $100 per trade based on Holly's stop loss. And this does not include commissions or slippage, all right? So if you don't know what slippage is, you know, it's essentially where you get filled on a spread. That's more or less what slippage is, but I would encourage you to do a web search. If things like slippage and limit offset and things like that trip you up, they're terms you don't really understand, I would highly recommend, you know, reading up on overall market mechanics, contacting your broker about these things and getting in questions from them, because they could be more specific to what it means to them and their platform. All right. So, but this is, you know, what this would have looked like. So, you know, you're not, you know, over 2 years, you know, we're talking $37,000, and that doesn't include commissions or slippage or anything else from, you know, the beginning of 2020 to the beginning of 2022. So nothing magical there in, you know, the automation. Again, Holly makes outstanding alerts. The management of her trades always isn't the best. She can't think on the fly like we can. She can't change her mind. You know, she can't reverse something. You know, she's programmed to exit the way she's programmed. You know, it's predetermined essentially once the trade is entered. She doesn't know what she's doing ahead of time. She looks at the whole market. You know, there's no way to know, oh, what stocks is Holly looking at? What stock? She's looking at the U.S. stock market, not just 1 or 2 or 8 stocks. So, you know, all those things like that. Let me get rid of that. Do you agree with person earlier today at 12 that YouTube Trader TV Live is a good place to learn? I don't know. The only watching of Trader TV I ever do is when Michael Noss is on there Friday mornings from about 8:45 to about 8:55 my time. That's it. I don't watch Trader TV, so I couldn't comment on it. Sorry, Peter. I would say, you know, like anything else, take a look at it. The traders are very knowledgeable. They're good guys. They're no nonsense. They don't pump stocks. They're not trying to shill anything to you or anything like that. So I would suspect it's a good place to learn, but you know, I'm not gonna stake my reputation on it. So if you set a stop loss at $100, the AI will calculate the share size automatically. Yep, that's exactly it. The AI will calculate that share size. Yes, I will. Yes, I will say with Willow, watching them in the pre-market, just those few minutes. Usually, I watch them about 5 minutes leading into Michael Noss and 5 minutes leading out of Michael Noss. They trade very fast-moving stuff. They're extremely experienced traders. You know, they're trading the whippy, volatile stuff, especially on the large caps that could move against you really quickly in the pre-market. So, you know, I would keep that in mind. So, Mike C, what is happening? What was my best trade today? I took 2 shots at AMPX. So I got AMPX at 10:08 this morning here with this bar. Yeah, I took it on this bar. I got it on 10:08 on this bar here, and I rode it to. I got out some at 10:55 and then 10:70 something, I think. And then I took a second shot at it. Actually, I probably did all. Which candles did I get in? I traded it twice. I had one order going at 10:08, and I closed most of it around 10:60 for an average. And then I traded a second time. I got 10:35, and I got out again at 10:60. So that worked well. And I also traded SPRO. I grabbed SPRO at 250. I grabbed it on this candle at 250. And then when it made a move up to 270, I closed the trade. Actually, when I closed it, they closed me for 267. I wanted 270, but they closed me for 267. So there's just those 2 trades for me today. Just what I showed you there. That's all I have on that one page, and I shared that with you. Falling asleep watching SPRO. Yeah, I mean, it's just, kind of basing. It's been basing down here for a long time. I mean, insane volume, 200 million shares traded. I would try if I had a $100 million account. I'd throw in like a 50,000 share order for you, Teddy, if I could, but I don't. Sorry. That's all I have to show there. I mean, I can show you this on a history mode of it for like the last 64 days. So if I go to history, let's go last 60 days. All right. So here's my last 60 days in history. All right. Of the AI. If you got the exact fills that the AI got in conservative mode for entry and exit, it's really the exit makes the conservative versus moderate mode. To understand conservative moderate, check out those links that I sent you for the that video goes over conservative and moderate really well, and the Holly user guide goes over it really well. So this is what you'd hypothetically be up over the last 60 days in conservative, what you'd be up in moderate. And if you just held Holly's trades with no stops over those 60 days, you'd be down over $200,000 right now. So that shows you how important risk management is. And just in case, because I get people all the time that say, oh, why can't I trade in aggressive mode? What? Go ahead and trade in aggressive mode. That's what you'll get right there. A lot of times people look, they think aggressive mode is better. Trading without a stop. I don't think there's one person that has ever traded in the history of trading without a stop that lasted more than a year, probably, to be honest. And I doubt anybody trading without a stop, it lasts more than 3 to 6 months, to be honest. But, you know, the numbers don't lie. And while, you know, you don't know exactly where your fill would have been, you'd still be bag holding every one of those stocks that's a loser right now on a long-term basis without a stop. So just showing how important risk management is, and that we're not really traders, we're risk managers. We manage the risk of our money. So that's really the best I got to share with you there. You know, we can scroll down here and we can see all this nice green because I have it sorted that way. I can flip it and I can show you all this not so nice red. But every one of these reds is going to be a max red only because of the stop that got hit. All right. So keep that in mind. So, you know, those reds are limited. No, I'm not sure why this has a 300. Oh, because I was messing around. That's why. All right. Yeah, I got why now. I was messing around at the time with the with my risk amount, and that's why that one's messed up compared to all the rest, where you see basically $200. Reduced risk. Okay, I got it. And some of them will be different because of reduced risk. Getting out before the stop even gets hit. So let me know if that helped, that answered questions, that got you. You know, if you have more questions, of course, I'm happy to answer. There's limited things that we have to show as far as it goes. And like I said, you know, we don't have it in a, you know, we don't have it in an account, you know, and the reason for it is that, you know, I put it forth right, you know, right there on the AI performance page. It's better as human and machine, and I'd rather be in control. CMAX, what a move. Holy mackerel. Some have a profit target, some have a time stop. So not all have a profit target. So there's technically, so in moderate mode, the way it will work is this. And unfortunately, there's only one trade from Holly today. So I can't really, there's not much for me to show you here. Hello, wake up, Holly. There we go. There's not a whole lot I can show you as far as this goes. What is a time stop? Meaning that it'll hold for X amount of time. So if we look here, see this. So this is the trades the AI has made. This is the strategy she has coming to the day and statistics on the strategy. So we can see here are the strategy names. Are they long? Are they short? All time frames are intraday. All right. We can see the win percents and the profit factors of those strategies based on the back tests and optimizations coming into the day. These all have a time stop on them, right? So we can see that unless it gets for moderate mode. So moderate means this. It's like risk on essentially is moderate. Moderate means the only things that will get you out of the stock once entered or out of the trade once entered is either your stop gets hit or you hold it to the end of the day. A close on, sell on order, sell on close order for moderate profit. Those are the only two things that get you out. Conservative mode has 5 different ways that you can get out. You can get your stop hit. You can get a profit target. You can get what's called a profit save. It's kind of like a trailing stop, but not exactly the same. There's a reduced risk, meaning that the stock is up or the stock is down, but not at the stop. But Holly's going to kill the trade anyways. There's a part of her algorithm that says to kill the trade at that point. And a target hit is the 5th way and our fourth way and a time stop. So in the conservative, these are your time stops. So any trade that was entered by these strategies today, if they did not get a profit save, did not have a target that also was not hit or reduce risk or anything else, they would exit based on these times right here. That time is sent to your broker to exit the trade. Sorry, I just had a message come in to me. Where's the ticker symbol? I'm in the strategies right now, not the trades. So this is the trades. Here's your ticker. No swing trades for the AI. We have a quote unquote long-term AI, but it's not, there's no automation or anything like that. It's just going over trades that have worked on a long-term hold essentially. Here, for anybody that wants to see more on the long-term AI, let me find that. Sorry, just looking for this link for you for the long-term AI. Copy link address. And there you go. So there's that there, and I'll drop in this here, the other chat that we were in. There you are. So that's, the AI in a nutshell. Interesting. Cano. What is the regular Cano doing? Same thing. Huh. They must have had some news come out. Been watching this for a while. Kept, winning some early races on some of these days, but it just never was never a believer on it. But here we are, breaking out big time right here. Or broke out big time. Unbelievable volume right now. Or unbelievable liquidity and volume. So, all right. So that's all in a nutshell. Hopefully that kind of helps and answer some questions here, especially as far as the AI goes. If there's any other questions, let me know. You're all silent on me now. All right. So, all right. Well, with that said, dive into some of the usual stuff here. If nobody else has any questions at the moment, again, any questions, fire those away for me. So yeah, well, another solid day here. I feel like on the relative strength scanner, a couple of great entries here from AMPX. Plenty of liquidity. Volume is, there's no real comment to volume. When I say volume, I refer to relative volume. Really, liquidity, I refer to the shares traded. We just don't have enough data for volume right now as far as it goes. But anything trading over a couple of million shares is plenty liquid, right? Stock is a spready stock, but it is what it is. Great opportunities all the same. SPRO presented a really great set of entry possibilities through here, especially on a 5-minute chart. I mean, just really, really beautiful stuff here. What else we got? Cold, I mean, it's inverse ETF. I mean, you could have traded it, would have been a nice move. Nothing wrong with trading inverse ETFs. I'm not overly crazy about them in general. I don't need to at this moment in time anyways. So, I'll stick to the normal stuff. If the day comes where I'm just not getting anything long, yes, I'm going to trade an inverse ETF. I'm going to day trade an inverse ETF. That's all. So again, if you're here, I see you popped in the question again over here. No, I don't have a win-loss record for you in that regard. The only thing I have is the AI performance that I dropped for you. That's all I have. One of the reasons is this. So just if we look at these strategies here, so you've got pullback long. All right, actually, let's exclude the Holly Neo ones because they don't quite run the same. But you've got downward dog, on support, tailwind. All right, so these three are from the Holly Grail segment. These three strategies, what they are now, are nothing like they were when we first put it into Holly. They've been optimized and back tested and changed so many times that they're not the same strategy anymore. There's core parts of them that are the same, but there's been probably hundreds of thousands of tweaks to these strategies over the years. So there's no way to keep note or keep record of something that constantly changes on the back end. So, sorry, just grabbing some links here again. All right. I am well, Raj. How are you? Everything. Hopefully, you're having a good Thursday. Thirsty Thursday, as some would call it. All right, so I'm going to continue to plow through here on some of these alerts. Pixie, huge move, huge pullback. A couple of bounces here. Looks like it's making another move here into the close. What? No, we already closed. Wow, we closed 2 minutes ago. I didn't even realize that. Yeah. So let's say that, could be in store for tomorrow. This thing has done how many reverse splits? Look at that. 46,000 is the lifetime high. Look at this chart. Always fun to see that. What else? ELBM. I don't think this really did anything yet. Had that one big move, and that was it. BEAT, same thing. Gapped up and never really did anything afterwards. HLGN was grinding out all day long. Not a bad move on HGLN for the whole day. I mean, 23% move from the yesterday's close, 22% from the open. Kind of hard to ignore that. So yeah, nice move out of that. FRZA, another beautiful move here on this one. And again, on the 5-minute chart, we see it creeping along, plenty of liquidity. Volume wasn't crazy, but again, it's a newer issue. So, when you've got these newer issues and you've got plenty of liquidity, that's a good look right there. So again, a lot of good stuff coming out of the scan again today. And then CANO coming out of nowhere like fire. I don't know that this was really catchable here. And you could have traded, this is this is the warrant, but you could have found the regular stock. So that's, no question on that. And CMAX, I never even looked at CMAX. So CMAX is another one. I don't know how easy it would have been to get this. That's not bad on that 650 break. Heck, you could even gotten on a $7 break. Yeah, not bad actually. CMAX looked cool. So look at, again, on a day where the SPY looked like garbage. SPY looked like hot garbage today, right? And my scan kills it once again. Sorry, just sending someone over to this live stream now. They have a question. More chat. There we go. Do you use the Market Explorer at all, Chris? I haven't been using it as much. Most of the stuff that I liked out of the Market Explorer was like the TI strength alerts. I was looking at the bull flags for a little bit, some stuff like that. I'm not swing trading, so I just really haven't been looking at it. No sense in spending energy on that. I look at some stuff in there just more because I like to look at charts, but not really considering anything out of it because I'm just not gonna, I'm just not gonna swing trade right now. I'm just not ready for it. Every time I think I'm about to start to swing trade again, we get this. And I have zero interest in holding stocks overnight while that's going on. Anybody that's around knows that I missed this because I was, we got to, I wasn't going to swing trade into this right there, into that. And then this started to happen and I was getting ready to go on vacation. And I was on vacation for this. And I came back, when this was topping out essentially, and I wasn't going to go chasing anything at that point. So, and looks like my discipline, my trading plan and all that held right because we moved down quickly afterwards. We got this bounce. I thought that bounce was suspect, even though it was a much bigger bounce than I thought we were going to get after the sell off. I did not think we'd see a bounce like that. But we did sell off just like I thought we would. So that's where it is. Marcus Hunt, garbage. Irresponsible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly. I'll hope for another, some of the best bull runs are in bear markets. So, I'm hoping I'll be, in the right position in life for whatever's going to go on, that I get to participate in one of these bounces. I think every bounce is suspect, so I'll be quick to pull the ripcord on anything. I may enter something as a swing trade at some point and decide, what, even that same day, I don't like the way things are going right now. Pull it right then. This is not the end of 2020. This is not the beginning of 2021. This is, something I would say most market participants either haven't seen in 15 years, basically, right? We haven't seen anything like this since 2008, 2007, 2008, because we made all-time highs in 2007 before the crashes really started happening through the summer of 2008 and, really got wild in fall of 2008. So, like I said, just not gonna do anything crazy or foolish or rash. So I had someone here. Okay, there he is, popping in. All right, about the setup window. So, Gatan, you're talking about on the stock races, right? So, as far as stock races go, my race is the best. I'm generally unbiased about things. This is something I'm not unbiased about. I don't care what anybody says. My race is better than everybody else's. So first, let me share my race, and you're welcome to it. All right, you can adjust anything you want there. Now let me go over the race. So first, let me go to the configure window, and let me bring over, and we'll do the full configure. All right, advanced. And what I've done is I've told this to find stocks between $2 and $100. They got to be 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. I just use the Bollinger Band to find momentum is what I'm looking for. I don't use Bollinger Bands to scan. I never put them on my chart. I never look at them. I just, as I always say, in the spirit of John Bollinger and conversations that I had with him when I met him, using Bollinger Bands for momentum, a break of an upper band is your momentum upside, break of your lower band is momentum downside. I know plenty of people play them as revisions to the mean. I don't do that. I don't use Bollinger Bands in general. but I just thought in spirit of him, let me experiment with something. So that's what I use for part of the momentum of this, of what the stocks that I'm finding. Stocks got to trade at least 250,000 shares on the day. And then I put this 5-minute volume in there just to make sure it's like trading a little bit. I don't want to trade things that are just throwing a few huge shares, lots of shares out there. And that's it. They're not really actively trading through the day, just a few big trades. So that's why that's in there. Then I've sorted this on a change from the open. All right. So once those stocks are found, the ones that are up the most from the open populate to the top. And then the actual race setup itself is this. All right. I want the top 10 stocks. That's our lanes. I run 3-minute races because I like 15-minute charts. That's 5 races per 15-minute bar. I have it based on change from open. All right. And a delta value, meaning that now we found the stocks. Now let's race them like they're even from the open. And what's moving the most from the open now at the start of the race. And that's how that works. To be able to have whatever you want to race based on, you got to put that as a column. So again, you come back to the configure and to the advanced configure. And if you wanted, if you didn't have race from open as a option, you would go change from open. On the percent, and you would show that column. You'd click show column, and then it would give you the ability to race on that. So let me know if that makes sense. And that, I think that's what you were looking for in your question. So yeah, I see your question. Do I have training on strategy, entry, exit? I don't have a specific training, but in this webinar that I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern, and then I do a Monday one at noon Eastern, and I go over trades that I've taken, when I have time anyways, I go over trades that I've taken, where I went in, why I went in, stops that I set, and when I exited and things like that. I don't do like a specific training boot camp teaching like that, but I'll answer any questions in here that someone has. So if someone has a chart they want to look at and a question on that chart, I'm happy to pull the chart up. As I tell people, I'm no expert. I've been doing this for about 5 years. I've got about 3 years of success under my belt after my first 2 years being pretty horrible. Most of my horrible trading was more of my own inability to come up with a trading plan, close winning trades as winners and not let them turn to losers, stuff like that, So I think, I'm very big into people doing trading journals, write down what you bought, why you bought it, where you set your stop, why you set your stop there, how many shares you bought, why you bought that many shares, what was your tentative target, what was your actual exit, why did you exit there, why did you have a tentative target, what you did, things like that. That's all stuff that I did in my journaling. That's what I recommend to other people doing. And journaling like that, it was a process. I didn't just start off journaling like that. I started with some of those things, and then other things were added over time. And journaling like that's what eventually led to my trading plan, essentially. And that, and hanging out in Barry's trading room during the day, every day, listening to people like Real, talk about, a lot of traders use the prior 15-minute bar, low of a 15-minute bar as a stop, or using a trailing moving average as a stop. Different moving averages are using the close of a gap as a stop, different things like that. And I mix my stops up based on those specific stops. Every trade may be a little different based on where I want to go in for a stop, on how volatile the stock is, how much range the stock has, the liquidity of the stock, and the history of the stock, so on and so forth. So all stuff that came with seat time and chart time and screen time and things like that. So, that's the kind of stuff that I help with. And all right, so perfect, Katan. I figured, it's hard for me to type back and forth with people with those chats when I'm doing this here, and it's much easier for me to show on screen like this. Also, there's no one that's a bigger fan of the racing than me, at least out of people that didn't come up with it. I mean, our CEO, Dan, absolute visionary. I mean, Dan's a total visionary. And one of the founding partners, Brad Williams, Dan and Brad, you know, they're the ones that, you know, really came up with the came up with the racing. So, you know, Dan is the, you know, CEO and one of the founders and managing partners, and Brad is a COO and founder and managing partner. And they were the guys that really came up with the stock racing. And, you know, all of us here basically were skeptics at the beginning. And then I was the first person back in January. I was like, let me turn on the stock racing. Let me give this a try. And the next thing, I wasn't a day trader either anymore. I'd really moved to swing trading. And next thing I know, I was like having some good day trading wins. And part of it was I've matured as a trader, number one. And then number two, having really focused data like the races give me, it just completely changed everything. Completely changed everything. And, you know, changed my life. That's it. I just figured something out. Interesting. Okay. So sorry, we're working on a mobile version of the races, and I'm testing the browser interface of it. And I kept wondering, why does it jump to be so big like this? It jumps to be so big like this at the post market because those are the only stocks that are making their list at that time. So if I take off the browser interface, this is what it looks like on the traditional look. So very interesting stuff. I have to pass that along. Probably the devs already know that. So anyways, there's nobody bigger in the racing than me. I mean, I'm a little miffed that it hasn't caught on better at this point among the day trading community, because there is nobody that has live data like this. And the way it updates, and you don't have to plug stocks in, you don't have to plug stocks in and get it back like a screener. We scan. You plug in what you want to see, and we return you the stocks that meet what you want to see. There isn't really anybody else that can do that like we can do that. And I still trying to figure out how do we break this into the mainstream, because this is next level different than anybody else can do, and a million times better. Then again, I try to be unbiased, but I just, I don't think anybody else can do this. When they get this HTML version done, Perfect Circle, it will be one app across the board. It'll all be the same. What you see in the downloadable app will be what will be the web version. The web version, as you know it, will get retired eventually. It'll be a slow movement. When I say slow, I don't mean like it's going to take forever to do it. I just mean it'll be a slow movement, as in we're going to get one part implemented into it, and we're going to get another part implemented into it, and so on and so forth. So it won't be like just whoosh, one wipe of the board. The web version's different. It'll become different over time as we get these pieces of the puzzle into it, and then whoosh, it'll be an overall wipe of the whole thing together, essentially. Burn C. Yep. Give me 1 second. I'll go over the races in 1 second. And I want to finish out because Perfect Circle's questions here. Do I have a ballpark projection? No, I don't. I would say sometime towards the end of the year, I think you'll start to see some stuff move into the web version. Don't quote me on it. Don't hold my feet to the fire, but I think sometime by the end of the year, we'll start to see some stuff, start to see some stuff move over to the web version that wasn't there. Yes. So, the races work like this. Let me make this much bigger here to illustrate better. All right. So, well, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. Let me get rid of the browser interface. Let me go to lane size. Let me go to normal. Let me see if this, all right, this looks a little better. All right. So let me break this down for you. First, let's come to the configure. And we're going to go to the advanced configure of what I'm telling this to do. So it's a scan. At its core, it's a top list, okay? And in the top list, I told these filters, I said, I want you to find me stocks between $2 and $100. It has to be 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. All right. And I'm only using Bollinger Bands. Yes, David Ferrier as a founding founder and a managing partner as well. Yep. David's pretty awesome. So I don't use Bollinger Bands. I wanted to find a way to find momentum, not just being up from the open. I wanted something more. I wanted more juice to my momentum. So I put this Bollinger Band in here. I don't scan on them necessarily. I don't chart with Bollinger Bands. I don't pay attention to where we are in the Bollinger Bands. I just used it for the scan to help add to momentum. And the stock's got to trade at least 250,000 shares on the day. And I put this volume metric in here just to make sure we have active trading stocks. I don't want something that trades, 5,000 shares and then doesn't trade for 20 minutes and trades another 30,000 shares and then doesn't trade for another half an hour. I don't want to see stuff like that. I want stuff that's actively trading. Then I said, scan. Once you find me those stocks, I want you to order them with the stocks that are up the most from the open at the top and in descending order. And the reason I use change from the open is, what if something gaps down and has a big reversal day, right? I want to be able to see that. So I don't care that it gapped down. It's up from its open, right? So that's why I use the change from open in that sense. Then the juice in the scan comes from the race setup. I tell it, once you found those stocks and ordered them, I want you to race them based on the change from open on a delta value, meaning that I want all these stocks to start even now. So if something's up from the open 5% and something's up 10% and something's up 15%, now let's start them even. And how are they moving now that we start the race? Which one's pulling away from the rest of them based on now? And that's in live data. All right. And so when I start the race, even though we're in the after hours, this is what would be moving right now based on a change from today's open. Some of it might be moving, some of it might be kind of still, but they meet the criteria of the scan. So they're up on here like that. And that's how that works. And so this is live. This is updating now. There's no, there's no delay to any of it. This is what's going on right now. So hopefully that all makes sense. So FAS is what's moving right now, up from its open. All right, based on a delta value compared to everything else. Yeah, I agree. I haven't messed with any of the other Mike C. As to Mike C's comment there about the delta change, I haven't done any of the others. I don't see a reason for it, but I just I haven't. FLWRS, that was coming through my races earlier today. FLWS, 1-800 flowers, right? Yeah. It was coming through my races earlier today. I mean, awful looking chart. I mean, tough to find worse looking charts than this. I mean, the only worse looking charts in this is like Zoom and Peloton, essentially. Moderna, crap like that. But I mean, it made some noise today for whatever reason. So let me shrink this back down again. So yeah, I mean, it was up it's up 6% now. Sorry. But what didn't make that spike to be up over 6.5% during the day today, just grinding higher. So closed there yesterday. It opened here, so basically opened flat, a whoosh down, and a move up sideways, and a little move up. So I mean, I don't know. It's a terrible looking daily chart. I mean really terrible. But I'll day trade anything. I don't care. Oh, so are you still here? Are you still in the YouTube? Let me know if you're still here. Sorry, it's hard for me to juggle back and forth between those chats because I've got limited screen space and there's different sound alerts and stuff. Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure you're so getting a hold of me in the future. The chat that you're in, I'm in that chat. Generally speaking, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern to 4:30 p.m. Although I don't really do the chat much after 3:30 because I'm here every day at 3:30. So I'm here. You always come to the YouTube, ask questions here, demonstrate right on screen. You can get me at this email. I'll put it over here. SUPPORT at trade-ideas.com. So you can get me at that email address. Put it in both. I work with an entire team as well, so you can get me at that email address as well. And those are the 3 ways to get me. Did that not go through? Which one is that? All right, that's Twitch. It didn't go through. Interesting. Is it better to change the volume today to a relative volume value in the advanced configure? I don't think so. So I had a relative volume in there and I was missing stocks. Like, let's look at AMPX, for example. Look at the relative volume on AMPX, anemic, right? It was barely doing what it's normally doing. If I had a relative volume in there, I'd have never seen it, right? This is a bad example, probably a bad example here. HLGN, I'll bet this is a good example. Look, no, that picked up volume. What's something else I saw today? I don't have anything else that I can point to right now, but generally speaking, I'm coming across a lot of stuff that doesn't have crazy volume. And I don't want to confuse this volume with this volume. Generally speaking, when I'm referring to liquidity, I'm referring to the shares traded. And this volume, when I say liquidity, when I refer to volume, I'm talking relative volume, generally speaking. Or I might be talking 1 minute volume or 5 minute volume. So that's just, my personal preference to do that because I feel like I can miss stuff if it doesn't have a high relative volume. Look at VERU. All right, VERU today has a relative volume of 0.32, but traded almost 3 million shares, right? And we see how this thing can move, right? This thing can go nuts, right? And even on days where the volume isn't crazy, like look at some higher volume days, but then look at these. We got some lower volume days here where it's making big moves, right? So that's why I don't scan on relative volume for my races. But again, personal preference. One more question regarding races. Say you generally trade on a 15-minute chart. Is it available to set up a race for 5 minutes or 15 minutes? The reason I ask is because you'd want to see which stock wins more often with a 15-minute period. I'm looking at 15-minute charts, but my races are 3-minute races. You can change it to whatever you want, though. I like 3-minute races, but you can change it to 4-minute race, 1-minute race, 2-minute race. And we can see how many winners I got over. You know what I mean? This is my full winner tally over here. So this is an entire day's worth of racing over here. This is just showing top 10 winners right here. So Cano the special, the warrant won 5, regular Cano CANO won 6 races. FR ZA won 6, so on and so forth, going up the list like that. So you change it to whatever you want, though. I kind of manage the YouTube channel. Mostly it's Barry for the YouTube channel. Barry opens this stream that we're on right now at 9 o'clock Eastern every day. He opens up a couple of minutes before 9, but he gets on the mic at 9 o'clock. And then noon Eastern, someone takes over for an hour. I get Mondays. There's a different trader every day at noon, but I do every day at 3:30 Eastern. I'm here every day at 3:30 Eastern, unless I'm on vacation or a doctor's appointment or something like that, obviously. But other than that, I don't take a ton of time off, generally speaking. So that's life in the fast lane for me. So buttons. That's all I got. So normally I'm done right around this time. I'll stick around an extra minute if anybody has any more questions specifically. Michael Anthony Smith and Wesson's been in a huge downtrend, so it's a terrible looking daily chart without even opening it. Is there a day trade there? Possibly, but I mean, it's in a downtrend. It's a falling knife. Literally the definition of a falling knife. So, I have zero interest in this chart whatsoever. If it shows up on my races and gives me a reason to day trade it, so be it. But aside from that, there's nothing here for me. And again, as I always say, that we could wake up tomorrow. Maybe it's at $15 tomorrow. Maybe it's at $0 tomorrow. Maybe in 6 days it's at $15. Maybe in 6 days it's at $25. I don't know. I have no idea. But there's nothing about this chart that tells me it's going to move up. Not one thing. And if it does move up, that's fine. It'll do it without me. But terrible chart. The races are valid during any market time. You just have to construct it for that market time. I think in the pre-market, you want less filtering, and you want to filter more based on shares traded to keep out the junk stocks. So, I don't know what you consider to be a liquid stock in the pre-market. Is 10,000 shares liquid? Is 100,000 shares liquid? Is 60,000 shares liquid? Where do you want to stick a minimum on it? But I wouldn't filter too much in the pre-market, because if you do, you're just not going to get anything. And then if you use a pre-market scan for the regular market, you're going to get beyond flooded. You're going to have way too much junk coming through. So that's why you got to, do a little more filtering in the regular market. And then I would say, going back to the post-market again, you're limiting the filtering that you're doing, but more based on post-market action specifically is what I would say. So I don't think there's no one valid time that the races work. They work during all time frames. You just have to keep in mind that, during the pre-market, what are you trying to trade in the pre-market? Are you one of those people that likes to trade the big caps during the pre-market because they just, they're always trading several 100,000 shares? Then the races probably aren't going to be for you, because the races are showing relative strength in general. You're probably just better off, keeping a watch list of your Apples and your Netflixes and your Googles and your Amazons, whoever big caps you're trading in that regard, and just setting price alerts and things like that off of it, because the races aren't going to show those things moving on a relative basis. Versus if you're trying to catch the bigger moves, then the races in the pre-market. I do not trade the pre-market. I do not look at the pre-market. I don't open pre-market on my charts in general. I do not trade the post-market. I do not put the post-market on my charts in general. If I'm here and we're talking about a stock and it's making a big move in the after hours, I'll put the post-market on just for show. But I don't trade those times. We could certainly help architect something during those market times for you if you wanted. Let us know. That's my short and skinny there. It will work during the pre-market. Oh, no, this will not work in the pre-market. I'm sorry, this will not work in the pre-market because it's changed from open. In the pre-market, you want change from close. So I might have something I built in one of these webinars for the pre-market. Pre-market alert, pre-market race. Okay, so here's a couple of pre-market races. One, I called it pre-market into the regular market. So it's pre-market going into the regular market. You can try that. And, here's pre-market racing from Support Webby. So here's something that I built specifically for the pre-market in one of the Support Webbies here. You're welcome to that. And here, I built a pre-market race for someone here. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. File, load from cloud. Pre-market. So this is something that someone asked me to build. I share it out with you. It's not proprietary or anything like that. So there's 3 pre-market races that I just put in there. And so you couldn't do relative strength from the open in the pre-market, right? You'd have to do relative strength from the prior day's close is what you would have to do in the pre-market. So instead of using change from open, like we do in the regular market, you'd use change from close in the pre-market, because there is no technical open. Your open is the prior day's, you're opening from the prior day's close in the pre-market, versus in the regular market, you're just open, it's from the open itself, the actual open. close that out. Sorry, just looking at some emails and chats that were coming through here. So, all right, I'm going to begin to walk us out here, folks, a little after 4:30 here. Get myself a break from my desk as I'm going on nearly 12 hours here at the desk today. You know, the things that I end with, you know, especially during these down times, it's a bear market, folks. We didn't even touch the market today, actually. You know, we were so busy on all this. Great session today. Hopefully everybody got a lot out of this. Great questions, really great questions today. It's a bear market, folks. We closed super weak. I mean, we closed super weak today. We closed basically almost on the lows, right? I mean, here's the lows. So we closed just off of the lows, not by much. We gapped down, right? We couldn't even close the gap, right? We tried to get up to the open. We got to the open, rejected, you know, got back up here, got just above the open and gave it up pretty hard afterwards. And we gave it up on some volume here too. If we look back here, going back through the summer, you know, look at where the volume was during the summer here, right? And now look at what the volume's done as we've come out of the summer, right? These days where we're selling off, these are the days that are the leaders, with this exception of this one day here, essentially, right? So that means there's conviction with the sellers and there's no conviction with the buyers right now. The bears, the sellers are in complete control of this market. They are 100% in control. That could change in a few weeks without any question. It could. Who knows? All right. But for now, there's no doubt we are 100% in a bear market. But here's the thing. I just went over on my race. Some great moves, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven solid moves out of my top 10 on the race. Out of 10, there were 7 tradable stocks on there today. Was any of it easy? Not really. Is what we do easy? Not even close. What we do is as hard as it gets, and that's just a fact of life. So, you know, make of that what you will. But how many other platforms are giving you winners like that? And I share this scan openly. This isn't some secret, ooh, you got to pay me money for that scan. Nope. You got a standard subscription to Trade Ideas. You got the scan, right? So that's all. Yeah, 4 more hours. No way, Mike. See, I'm done. I'm starving right now. I thought certain food companies would be safe. No, because, you know, food is getting slaughtered by inflation. You know what I mean? So people are bargain hunting everywhere they can, and they're scaling back. I mean, this sounds horrible to say, but I will guarantee you there are people out there right now that are, you know, they're literally eating less right now because of money and inflation. I mean, it's an awful thing to say. I am sure of that. You know, food banks are probably being run dry right now, you know, in local towns and municipalities. So, you know, and while, you know, this isn't a comment on life, this is just a comment on how this trickles into the stock market and these food companies and things like that. So, you know, again, make of these things what you will, but, you know, make swing trading that much harder. And when the swing trading opportunities are there, you got to be quick. Know that you got a day and a half, 2 days, and hit the bricks on it quick. And be ready if the swing trade is not working out. Get out of it fast. Don't stick around. Don't mess around with your stops, or you will not be here for long. Your account will be gone quickly. So, you know, that's you know, that's my short and skinny for everybody today. So, all right, that's a wrap for me today, folks. I appreciate all the questions and the comments, and of course, all the interactions. Always a big deal. Everybody that's here knows how big I am onto community and how important it is to me. And this is, as I always say, I've gotten so much out of Trade Ideas, so much of the Trade Ideas community with Barry and Steve and Michael and Jamie and Andy and Brad and Dan and Steve and David. I mean, I could just list names and on and on and on. But my point is here, you know, this is my way of paying it forward, is to carry forth the things that I learned from those folks and then the things that I've learned here, and move them forward to hopefully you folks, and it carries on you folks that you can become profitable traders as well, because that's what we're trying to do here. If you guys aren't successful, you folks aren't successful using the software and trading, it doesn't help us and it doesn't bode well for us. So again, I thank you all for the questions, the comments, and the interactions. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Thursday, wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth, aka Friday Juniors Thursdays. And we will get back to it tomorrow. All right. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow, folks. Bye-bye. Adios.